Good evening. Hello, hello. I was planning to do map revisions today as well, but I couldn't get on stream earlier. So we're gonna do them tomorrow, but I don't think there's more than like 2 maps, so it's probably doesn't concern that many people. But yeah. We will get into the game, check out what's happening. From what I understand, I don't think there's been a new world record. We will just jump in and check what's up. Oh wait, my game is open already. I was waiting for it to start, but it's already open. Hello Nacht. Asint, Max, Bubble, Ausani, Jan, Red, David, Kohera, Diffenor, Dima, Hugo, Hazard on floor 14. Okay, we will jump right into it. We will go directly in. Simo on the spin. Okay. Let's not delay. We must make haste. Okay, Simo didn't get it. And Hazard, okay, well Hazard is here. Alright. We weren't in such a hurry anyway, I guess. Yeah, I don't think the car is gonna move anywhere from here, unfortunately. Default movement. Not really something that gets you there. I think the danger with this sort of landing is that you still have the wood grip. If you land onto the wood, it can result in some pretty weird lines. So that's maybe what happened there, but it's difficult to say. I don't know anything about virtual stream. Can you ask on like Virtual's Discord or something? Like, I don't know what you expect me to do. I don't... Look. Just... If you have been banned in some community, then resolve it in that community, right? That would make sense, yeah? Hello, Joey. Kalama, Sigvason, Zero. Alright. Well, Simo, falling back to floor 6. So it's not the worst ever. I think generally speaking how it happens is that you go to... I guess there's 2 ways. One is that you miss the spin timing so that it's too early and you fall down here and you land on floor 6. Though this, I think, often results in floor 7, but I guess you can roll down to floor 6. The other one that's more common, I suppose, is that you kind of fall down from here, and then you fall down into this pool. Which Simo is right now doing. Yeah, I mean, the car is getting grip, but I don't really think there's anything that can happen. It's kind of moving without inputs even. I don't even know. But yeah, I don't think there's... If there's some kind of a save there, I don't know what it is. Oh, good luck, Zero. Hope you enjoyed. Alright, well, we're gonna get back into the grind now. Deep Dip 2, day 21. Starting with the quack there. If you're completely new to this challenge, well, I will give a quick rundown of what's going on and what we're doing and what we're looking for and how the players are doing so far. So, Timo, floor 7. Big floor. One of 16 or 17 rather, or 18 if you want to count it that way. So we have floor 0 at the very bottom, then we go up all the way up to 16, and floor 16 ends around this area from where you will do the final jump into the crown. No one has ever finished this map. And currently the players have been trying for 3 weeks to be the first to do so. That's basically it. The map is just so difficult that the best players in the world have not been able to finish it in 3 weeks. And it's not for lack of trying. Some of these players have 150, 160, even more hours in the game. Yes, Hazard, I would be watching Hazard if the run was at all alive, but it is not. So, Timo should be making this jump, and that is one of the tricky jumps of floor 7, right in the middle. So the players need to always climb from the bottom up, doing all of these tricks the same way as they've always done them, and one mistake and you might fall down a pretty long way to the bottom. That's what the map is about. Hazard's been there for an hour? Yeah, okay. Probably getting food or something. That's fair enough. The Voltagard clip cuts short. You can click the watch full video button. I could also just link it to the VOD. Let me, in fact, replace it with that. But yeah, the next section was failed, so that is the last cleared section. I hate how I need to do it like this. It's so easy to get the game into windowed borderless by accident. When you actually want to do it, it's impossible. Okay, so okay, that should do it. That should do it. One more Timos. Jump as well. You could have asked. Well, yeah, well, it's done now. We're gonna do this too, without asking. Alright. Wait, okay, can you do it? I used the wrong comment. Hey Rollo! Yes, Hazard's run is very much over. Thank you. Simo has been putting in some serious time into this. Hazard is dead turtled after the wall ride on floor 13. Yeah, Timo has been really grinding, took a couple days off as well. Kind of regaining some energy. Probably mental energy. Well, yeah, don't think Bren PB today, at least I haven't heard. I haven't caught absolutely everything, but... Hi Liam. Good to see you. Simo, yeah, trying to still, as far as I know, and based on the height as well, trying to clear at least floor 10 and probably the ice spin. Didn't reach his previous best. Okay. It's kind of rare for Bren. Like, Bren has been so incredibly consistent that we've come to almost expect a new world record every day. Or at least a new personal best every day. But of course, like, the map is getting harder and harder. Ren said he will grind 10 hours from tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Simo, doing these floor 8 sections, it's actually a really important step to get past floor 7. Generally speaking, when runs go to floor 8, they often also go to floor 10. Yes, Hazard is... the run is over. Hi, Sasho. And Zach. Okay. Oh, Timo. Not the usual upside down landing here. Elcon used to go for this strat. No problem saving it for Simo. Very good at turtling. Stomach cramps? Maybe. Everything can affect it, yeah. I do think, like I was talking yesterday about like the physical side of this challenge. When you grind something like this for so long, you do these long days, and also the stress that it puts onto you. Of course, it might be like unrelated in this case, but just speaking in general, these kind of challenges do have a physical effect. Not only in the sense that, you know, you're very tense and you're pressing the buttons down hard, but also like you get tired, you're not sleeping as well as usual, and you know. It can affect you. For sure. Hello, Nico. Hege. Time for the flip front wheel into the corner and climbing up. So the reason why we have the end marker here and then the fin marker is because the end marks the end of floor 16, but then there's still the final jump left and maybe some small other stuff too. So basically from 16 to end it's built by jumper, and from end to fin built by sparkling. Timo, clean landing to floor 9. As I mentioned, generally speaking, floor 7 is the big choke point right now. Yeah, the final thing is not a full floor. And yes, Hazard indeed gone. I could have comments and I could have pinned messages, but the thing is that people will still ask about it. It's okay. I can just answer. It's not a long answer to give. Usually. So Timo has been improving a lot in terms of consistency recently. A bit less so with the ice spin though. Still has been improving a lot on the ice spin, but hasn't cleared it yet. But I think the amount of attempts that Timo is getting to floor 10 is really strong. And I think once the ice spin clicks, it might be that Timo will get to floor 11 like very often as well. So definitely not out of the competition. Just needs to get this ice stuff. Oh. Lands onto the turbo, but manages to save it. It's a very bad turbo to fail. Oh, is Simo... Oh, hold on. Simo has done this before. So there's actually a shortcut here. You can land onto the beam directly. You don't need to go down and restart the floor. And Simo has done this. Okay, tries it. It's a bit greedy. It's a bit greedy because if the turbo pushes you back, then it's all the way down to floor 7 at best. So the greed is there, but from what I hear, Simo has done it. Oh, so close. It's gonna fall down though. Oh, the turtle. will be saved. So back to the beginning we go. It looks so sketchy because as soon as you turn, like you can stay on turbos like this sideways for as long as you like. As long as you're sideways, the turbo doesn't really know how to push you. Turbos are direction dependent. So if you're facing the turbo like this, then it will, you know, boost you. If you're facing like this, it will not boost you. This is basically because otherwise you would always need to go like diagonally over turbos because it's the longest distance. If the turbo didn't care about what your angle was and always just boosted you, then you would always try to take like the longest possible route over the turbo to get like the longest time of boost as possible. So that's not great, right? It would completely transform how these are taken. So that's why when you're fully sideways, the turbo just doesn't, it just ignores you. But the moment you start turning towards the beam, then it's starting to push you backwards. And if you somehow get a little bit unstable, maybe the car bounces a bit and stuff, then that can be really bad. So a little greedy, but it would save time if you do it. Hello Kettle. Thank you SMB for a gift sub. 360 is improving though? Yes. Definitely. Was already very close. Was already very close to getting it. And it is truly just a matter of time. Air brake. Clean. So what players are doing there, what might be a little bit unusual or unintuitive, is that you need to air brake a little bit late so that you stop the rotation of the car when it's like slightly facing downwards. The front wheels are a little bit lower. Otherwise, if you do the air brake very early, which is what Simo was doing initially, the back wheels can actually land so that they clip the turbo and you can like full stop or get like a weird sort of thing. I think Hazard is still like moving, like the car is like moving on its own. It has 1 or 2 speed for some reason. I don't know why, but you know, something maybe about the plastic and the wall or something, I don't know. That's probably why it's, yeah, it's a bit confusing. Because Trackmania, yeah. There's no inputs now, the car is just dancing. Don't think Hazard is on the PC. Simo, low jump line, that's gonna go against the wall, but it luckily lands into quarter pipe, so no issue there. It's a little bit dangerous to do this like left side line. We see someone like Elcon usually go like pretty much straight forward. So just like kind of dropping down fully like, well, straight from here and landing a little bit later here. But what Simo is kind of doing is this small left line from the quarter pipe, which can result in a better, like, cleaner landing, like aiming a little bit to the left, but this is exactly the danger. This is exactly the danger. So, unfortunate for Simo, but, well, we did at least get a demonstration of what can go wrong. I didn't even need to spell it out. So, you know, obviously, like, the more left you jump, the more risk that you hit this wall and you fall down into the pool. The pool is there, which is nice. Hazard run is over. Don't worry about it. Well, Timo can get to the final part of this floor. You can also do the final turtle again if you don't notice the tunnel, I guess. But I think most players do know this save by now. I feel like everyone's fallen here at least once. You can go around though. You can also go from this beam onto the left side, yeah. Works as well. enjoying life to the fullest. It's a bit of a grim sort of world. Oh, Hazard actually doing inputs now. Bit of a grim, this crystal world, I think, to sunbathe in. I really don't know. Well, I mean, I guess it's worth maybe trying stuff. The car is moving. Well, I don't really know what we expect. Well, Simo, back to floor 9. So that's one of the big reasons why floor 7 is as big of a choke point as it is on this run. For the reason that when you fail something on floor 9, usually you can fail pretty safely. Like, you know, Simo failed twice there, right? First failed the turbo part, and then failed the second last quarter pipe. And on both times, the first fail resulted in floor 9 save, and the second fail resulted in floor 8 save. If you do any kind of a mistake like that, generally speaking, on floor 7, you're just going all the way down. So that's one of the big reasons. Like, players are making mistakes on floor 8 and 9, but they are so much more forgiving. So it's not even necessarily that floor 7 is harder than those floors, it's just that it's so much less recoverable. Simo hasn't gotten past the spin. Has been close though. Landing on the turbo. Gets it nicely. I don't know, but like what's... Let's say the car goes somewhere here. Then what? we can check in sometime, but I'm not really sure. Scrappy on 12. Okay. Catching up with the others. Simo, very centered, straight line. Landing in. No issues with these parts. I don't see it. Well, miracles happen sometimes, I guess. Imo, no issues with these middle parts of floor 9. Now on towards the second last quarter pipe again. And lands it. There we are. I am getting some freezes. We'll see. Maybe I'll just restart the game and it works. Haven't seen Elcon too much. We can take a look at the leaderboard though. Elcon's still on the same place as yesterday, so... Zemo clips the landing again, but this time we'll be able to save it. Again, just looking for that clean landing. 230 speed, roughly, is pretty good here. A little bit less can work, but you do want that clean landing for that good speed. There should be plenty. 2, 3, 4, and it will work as well. Okay, I'm gonna restart my game because there seem to be some issues. I feel like I'm getting small freezes, so I'll just do this real quick. Hi, Bato. And hello, Tato. Senator's stealthing as well. Okay, let's see if that works. Hello, Red. I think you were already here. Okay, alright, I have plugin updates. Let's update those. Maybe that's gonna work. Virtual was complaining about lag on his stream today too. Yesterday was fine, so I doubt it's as simple as just the patch that came yesterday. But yeah, we'll live. Well, Simo in the meantime has gotten to floor 10, no problem. No new world records today in terms of progress. But Lars has been doing well, yeah. That's probably the biggest story right now. So, which part did Lars get to so far? Simo with the ice wheels gets one step closer to the spin. Too early to say, Protector. But probably one of our top 5 players right now. The one before Overwall. Oh, okay, so the quarter pipe jump. Or... oh, the nose bounce. Okay, yeah, alright. So got the quarter pipe jump, but not the border bounce thing. Yeah, okay, got it. Looking pretty good though. Pretty solid. Simo, carefully going on these ice sections. You can really see the, like, the sort of methodical approach, but this time it's a little bit too slow to get through, so Simo very carefully descends. Then line up again. Thank you, Bato, for the gift. Couldn't do the jump up where you nose bounce? Oh, Simo, hold on. I'm not sure what a nose bounce is. We can look in just a second. Okay, so the quarter pipe jump didn't work. Okay, I can show the floor and we can go through it. Yeah, Scrappy also doing pretty nicely. Floor 12 so far. So, floor 12 has been pretty fast for just about everyone so far. 13 taken a little bit longer, but mostly due to the strat finding. So we'll see. Simo, soon in those tricky parts now. Simo did get to this floor when others were still trying to clear 11. Nicely goes up the snow. Now the pipes. And yeah, there are now several players on floor 14, so has been a little bit stuck on this spin here. And also the pipe jumps haven't been that easy to clear at all. But now, gets the first one. A little bit on the edge though. Oh no, it doesn't quite land. And unfortunately, there's really nothing below to land to. Floor 7 is the best option here. While turtle landing. Oh, I don't really know what you can do. I think you... yeah. Try to fall off the edge, but that's... no. A long way down. Very, very unfortunate. There's something about, like, the lineup here. It's not quite working. We've seen others fail these two, but, yeah. Not getting quite to the ice bin just yet. It's right here. Few more sections, and... then you're on floor 11. Very difficult stuff. Simo definitely getting more and more consistent on the earlier floors. So that's something very important still. If Simo can keep the mental going, even after all of these mistakes, that's gonna be a huge part. Because if the floor 10 clicks, I feel like Simo's consistency on the earlier floors is really great. Well, here's one player we haven't seen in a couple days on the server. At least I haven't. Elcon on the server. Yami also on floor 8. And this will be a personal best on the... at the very least on the next part. I am from Finland, yes. So we know that Elcon has gotten at least to the floor 13 shortcut. Harley would be 4th place on the map. Oh, yummy. Weakens the turtle a little bit. You need to go upside down and then you need to do these directional inputs to keep the turtle going. Oh, it's very weak right now. Yummy. Trying to do the inputs to increase the strength, but it's a little bit late. Oh, it's such a difficult technique. Such a difficult technique. That is really unfortunate. The car is moving backwards, default movement, so it... with some super luck, might land somewhere there. I'm not sure what really happened there. I didn't see the inputs that clearly. And I'm also very bad at turtling to really say. I don't know. Maybe something about the, like, angle of the turn. That's tough. That's tough. I honestly... I'm not sure. Hello, Clips. Quack as well, Pillow. Doing great, what about you? So yeah, not much to report other than Lars's progress. Lars, we can actually check now that Elcon is getting these runs together. We can actually check. So Lars has been to floor 14 as well. So floor 14 starts here, right? You go over the sand and jump here, avoid slipping off the track, then clip into this hole and bounce up. And as far as I understand, Lars has also done this stuff. Hazard and Bren as well. But then you go here and you jump into the turbo, and as soon as the car touches the wall, the turbo activates. It will make you backflip as it pushes you towards the wall with only the front wheels, and you backflip here. Then going here, jumping through, jumping here, and again, turbo pushes you against the wall, backflip number 2. But then, quarter pipe jump. So Lars has cleared this one too. I understand. So here, you jump over here, very clean landing, ramp up, land on the beam. Then take speed from here, land onto the platform, go all the way here, clean landing, quarter pipe jump, land down, jump, turn the car against the wall, and once more you have these turbo blocks here that push you up and you land into the wall. So Lars did this one as well. Okay. Then here, you line up next to the fence and press forward. Front wheels on the ground, turbos push you, the car flips upside down, bounce, 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 bounce into the pool. Okay. So then here's the quarter pipe jump that we were talking about. Bren and Hazard have cleared this. You take speed, jump over here on this platform. Has Lars done this one? Okay, Lars failed this one. Gotcha. Thank you. And then you take speed, front wheels onto the platform here. The car will bounce up in like a wheelie. The underside of the car will bounce from the beam and will land on this road. It's very wonky, but it's kind of, you know. So this is the last place that has been reached by Hazard and Bren. Then technically, you know, we've been through these parts, right? Hazard and Bren both landed this block. Hazard not quite landing this block, but tried to go for a riskier line. Bren landed this block, but didn't give enough speed for this jump and fell down. So this landing is the next like world record in terms of progress that we're waiting for the players to clear. That is basically it. Lars very close now though. 3 players again very close. And it's starting to kind of shape up at the moment. We have this top 3. Could you give me a look at the hole from the top of the map looking down the middle? I can. You should probably ask the mappers to send you like a screenshot of it. But you're right. Could look kind of interesting. Kind of a interesting idea. Something like this, yeah? There's some workarounds, yeah. Screenshot it? Okay. No worries. Elcon on the server. So, we haven't seen Elcon's runs in the past 2 days or so. I'm not sure if Elcon has been streaming at all. I'm not sure if Elcon is streaming right now. But we do know from the leaderboard that Elcon has reached floor 13 and at least the shortcut place. Not streaming, okay. Can March do a Elcon shoutout anyway? Elcon does stream occasionally. Pretty often. Very solid player. Played on the highest stages of Trackmania, won some of the biggest tournaments. And now trying to get another one in the resume Good control. No stream is in 6 days. Okay. From what I've heard, there's been some, you know, backseating. Backseating Alcon has had to deal with, so, you know, that's probably not the greatest thing, yeah? That's what it is sometimes. But we here, we understand the grind. And we understand Elcon's skill level. One of the best players in the world, pretty much regardless of the style. Extremely good at ice, extremely good at full speed. Extremely good at shortcuts as well. Whenever there's like a track of the day shortcut, I feel like Elcon is always on the grind and gets like a completely ridiculous run with some unbelievable shortcuts. There have been some maps where Elcon has been like pretty much the only one to do some ridiculous shortcuts in one day. Because in track of the day, the leaderboard gets locked within 24 hours, right? Or after 24 hours. So you need to do that run in one day to win the track of the day. So, you know, Elcon being able to do those so quickly, it's crazy. And Elcon is really good at, like, reactor flying as well. Not that it really helps on this map. And on Wetwood. Like, Elcon had the official Wetwood water guard. Probably has it still, I would imagine. It was a pretty wild run. So, like, Elcon is so good at everything. Really. Even though, like, you can say, like, okay, well, this kind of style, this sort of, like, climbing, trial, RPG style, it's not really what Elcon is mostly known for. But, like, this guy is just so good at everything in this game. It's truly kind of incredible. Especially for being a much newer player than someone like Bren, for example. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Bren has played like 5 times as much as Trackmania as Elcon has. Probably not quite that much, but maybe like twice as much, you know? That wouldn't surprise me. We'll see how this grind goes. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for giving a tier 1 sub to really 66 hours for floor 16. Appreciate it. Hello, F. Yummy close to the fall? Oh, good heads up, actually. Been dead turtle for a while. I don't see this. Like, the gap I think is too big, but maybe floor 3. Suppose we'll see. Or is still moving. The default movement here, I don't think... something weird would need to happen when it, like, flips off. That gives it, like, a little bit of extra distance. I guess it's possible. Elcon is most notable for being truly outstanding in every 24-hour event. True, yeah. Those kinds of like endurance events, and also Time Hunters, Elcon won a couple years ago, which is also like not only an endurance map event, but also an endurance event. Giving it 20 seconds and it's gonna fall. There's no way though, right? Like there's just... Well, we'll see. It was a great attempt from Yummy. Judging from the personal best, the next personal best would be on the quarter pipe, so it's very close there. Okay, so is it gonna get that magic distance? it hits the beam, so it wasn't that far away. It was probably the best result, honestly, that you could hope for. It was kind of wishful thinking, maybe. Oh well. Brent said that Gwen and Elcon are the two biggest talents ever in Trackmania. Yeah, Gwen as well. For sure. Elcon pausing to check compliments on this stream. Taking a little bit of time. Kubas, Dead Turtle. Haven't seen too much of Monge on this stream. I'm not really familiar with the player, but seeming to do pretty nicely. I guess Bole is the go-to name here. Gwen is a professional Trackmania player. Hasn't played this map, not this event. But is very good at everything as well. Has been playing like the Zerator Ascension tournaments, doing very well there, and also played on the highest stages of like the official leagues and everything else. Gwen has exams, gotcha. Oof, slightly off with that line. 711 meters is pretty solid. I'm not sure about Gwen's Twitch. I don't know if Gwen really streams. Don't think they will add any cars in Steep Div 3, like any alternative cars. Oh, Elcon. Maybe a bit of a save. Goes sideways, that's a good start. Should be able to do this if the car just gets enough momentum. Yeah, nice. Streams more Rocket League than Trackmania. Okay, interesting. Well, Elcon getting those runs started. Really excited to see what Elcon is doing on floor 12 as well, because we really haven't seen that at all. Haven't seen Elcon on floor 12, haven't seen Elcon on floor 13. And judging from the leaderboard, Elcon has a chance to reach floor 14 even, so... A lot of unknowns. We shall see. They will need a different concept than just another tower, yeah. Or at least, like, they need some, like, different way of building the floors, maybe. Like, you could probably have, like, a different tower design that would still be different enough to have a different vibe. Floor 6, this is kind of where the choke point begins. Floor 6, not really looking as difficult as floor 7. It doesn't really have like any clear like horror sections. We sometimes have the inverted steering in this next part where you need to drive backwards, where essentially you try to turn to the left, the car goes right, because of the forwards to backwards transition. So this is just a Trackmania thing that occasionally happens. You can kind of avoid it by starting to press backwards at the right time. Elcon actually starts pressing backwards in the air there. I'm curious if that's like consistent in avoiding the inverted steering, because on a lot of maps you actually need to do the opposite. You need to start pressing backwards only after you land. So it's pretty interesting. Deep dive water map. We don't know anything more about Elcon's personal best than that it's after the shortcut on floor 13. Because the shortcut is the highest point. and it is 1487, the height. And from Elcon's leaderboard, we can see, wow, we have like, we have some millimeters here and everything. Alright, cool. So what we know of Elcon's personal best is that it's 1487, which means that Elcon has been to the shortcut, but then like the next 7 parts are lower. Well, it's not 1490. The only reason why it was 1490 for a while is because our players there were height maxing by climbing like a crystal to claim the height world record. That was the reason. So the actual height of the platform is 87. Kind of funny though. It kind of shows that, you know, the players are still having fun. Kind of doing this sort of useless risk of trying to get that temporary height world record on the highest position of the floor. Good line from Elcon. Actually turning the car towards the landing like this. It's pretty much Elcon's first run, yeah. After joining the server, anyway. Great landings. That's the tricky part of floor 7 done. Don't know, it should work. We don't know what's intentional or unintentional on floor 13. No one has tried the wall ride thing though. So here, pressing backwards, getting the backwards gear. The reason why you need to press backwards through this beam is that when you're falling, this is my assumption of how this works anyway. When you're falling, when you accelerate, it gives you extra speed. So don't question that. If you fall down and you don't accelerate, you will fall slower. So if you press forward while falling down, you're going to fall faster. So the reason why you press backwards would be that you are driving backwards, which means you have backwards gear. So instead of pressing forward to accelerate, you press backwards to accelerate while falling, while the wheels are not touching anything. That is the assumption. I suppose there could be like a weird like change of gear as well. I guess that's possible. But I do think it also gives you like more speed during the downhill parts for this reason. Elcon on to floor 8, no issue. So the wall ride part, here's the shortcut, right? The shortcut position, this is 1487. So you fall down here and then you continue here and then everything. So what you can do instead is you can jump into this window, go over the beam, go over here, and then there's this wall, right? You go into a wall ride, you go into this plastic bounce, ice wall ride, and then you fly, land into quarterpipe. And then you go back down in the same way. So you end up in the same position as with the drop down, which gets you here. That's basically it. We're skipping the wall ride. The thing is that there might be like a very short way through floor 13 that's completely intentional. It could be that everything is kind of intentional. So we know from Plexity, we know one thing from Plexity, other than XDD, and it is that Plexity said that that Plexity predicted 99.9% of how the floor would be played. So that kind of tells me already that the shortcut was intentional. And it might mean that there's more to the floor than we've found so far. Elkhorn, back to upside down driving. Occasional sideways step to keep the turtle going strong, and then the flip. Yes, puzzle. Speed check landing. Elkhorn is doing the air brake there and slowing down to clip the back wheels onto grass to slow down. It's kind of interesting. Works well. I mean, yeah, Plexity could still be baiting us all with everything that is being said, but you know. Hi, Nordmo. Well, Elkhorn doing nicely. I mean, who knows, maybe Elkhorn has some new routes over the final parts of floor 13 as well. Elkhorn has been finding some, you know, new strats. Some new solutions to different sections. Man, the turtling really has improved for Elkhorn as well. It's looking so much more confident now. And it's so fast, actually. And the turnaround. Elkhorn was the first to do these tricks on floor 8. Discovered these jumps. Cleared them first try. We keep going. Speed check landing sideways to brake. That's the usual strat that others are doing, yeah. Elkhorn does the wheel cup though. Yeah. I've seen Mara's strategy as well. So what Mara does, after 2 weeks of no one else doing it, jumping here and landing onto the beams. And it was very confusing at first because no one had done this. But you can just go around, jump here, and it's the same place. And that's it. Great. Speed check, yeah, if you're just asking about like the speed check terminology, speed check essentially means that you need like, yeah, specific speed to clear something. Yeah, I thought you were asking about the strategy. But yeah, usually you have like a jump. You can do it in other ways too. Like you can, for example, have some backwards turbos that you need to clear with certain speed. Usually it's a jump though. Like basically just something where you need to maximize your speed to be able to land. Here we go. Good line, air brake. Very nice. All these Neo slides. Well, it works out. Clean landing. I can't use any other camera in spectator puzzle, so the players might be switching cameras like every second. For all we know, we can't really do anything else here. Neo sliding onto the turbo, jumping through, and then the tricky quarter pipe. Elkhorn was the first to use this strategy here as well. So setting up on the left side here and doing the low jump line. Before that, Hazard and Bren were actually doing the other line there, the high jump line, but Elkhorn found this one, and now most people are using it as well. Some practice floors are out. Elcon asking about floor 9 being out, but that's not quite out yet. We have 8 practice floors so far, meaning from floor 0 to floor 7. Big jump. Landing looks clean. Great line. It could be that maybe even during this weekend we will get floor 8 and 9 as well. The next big one is going to be floor 10 for a lot of players who are struggling on these ice techniques. Well, one of those is not Elcon though. Elcon has been really consistent on these ice sections. To the point where he's doing extra ice slides here. Not quite chaining the dirt wheel zoop though. Getting the ice wheels. Going through, line is great, and there we go. Oh, extra third zoop, alright. Don't think I've seen that before. Alright. That was surprising, but here we go. Ice slides around here as well. Clean speed, clean landing, continues. It is very important these time saves, yes. Getting onto the beam can't really take any shortcuts here in the sense that, you know, you would just rush through it because you barely get speed over the snow. Elcon knows this, goes through it pretty carefully. And we keep going onto the pipes. One more. We're in the pool. And now, getting the wet icy wheels. Ice and plastic essentially work the same way, and the spin. It looks great, no issue at all. Oh! Actually slides out in the exit. On the landing. That was a little bit, maybe not planned, but it works out. If you get gear downs or gear ups when you're ice sliding, that often results in this loss of grip. That Elcon just kind of experienced there, but was able to control it in the landing still. Now going for the half pipes. Starts on the right side, a little bit to the left, and now the spin timing looks great. Into the plastic, it looks great. We go down a couple wiggles on the plastic. If you have more than 200 speed, you can do these small speed slides to gain a little bit of extra speed, and Elcon nails that section. Here we go. No stopping. Goes through this floor. Oh god, this landing again. I thought Elcon stopped doing this. It's so unbelievably scary. Well, it works out, I guess. And we keep going. He has failed it, by the way. He has failed it before. And stopped doing it for a while after. But now doing it again. Well, we're in the pool. And go for the big one. Big jump. Elcon tried out the right side landing there, but now prefers the left side from what I've seen, so I'm gonna guess that we line up the back wheel next to the light here, and we jump to the left side, trying to clip the left back wheel next to the wall to slow yourself down, just like this. Elcon misses the clip, but still lands on the beam. A little bit scary close to the plastic there, but it will work nicely. Now, Directly into the wall right, then a clean line across the plastic, and we are in the pool. Very nice job. Yami also getting to floor 8 here. Maybe getting that first turtle part down. Small jump through the quarter pipes and then landing here. Elcon has been playing off stream. We know that, because we know that Elcon has gotten a new personal best in terms of height off stream. So now still off stream, but this time on the server. Oh, this jump is too far though. Unfortunately, it's gonna land on floor 8. Floor 8, usually the go-to. Oh, wow. That is really, really fortunate. 1 meter to the right. And... yeah. So Elcon can, you know, relax a little bit. Well, it's not going to, judging from the playing style, but fortunately, not a huge mistake there. The spin strategy found to work by Hazard was the first to kind of popularize that. And now pretty much everyone is doing it. The spin strategy there, really nice. Hello Valze. Sonia as well. Have not tried the desert car yet. Hello DC as well. I am curious why Elcon was asking about floor 9 practice floor, because Elcon is looking really good at this floor. Floor 8 just released? Oh yeah? You know what I bet happened? It's that we started talking about practice floor here on this stream, and there's one of the mappers on the stream listening, and they're like, oh shit, we forgot to release them, and then now they released it. Oh. I thought it was Turtle Day yesterday, but okay. Who actually found the current threat for the whole bunch on floor 13. Hazard tried so much stuff, and Hazard was the first to basically clear it and prove that it's possible. Then Lars came, and Lars was able to show that it's consistent as well. So that's kind of what happened. They're both doing basically the same thing from the beginning. Hazard just has done the, like, experimentation, you know? But yeah, the thing about it is that what I said earlier, I feel like floor 9 is pretty consistent for Elcon. I'm curious why Elcon would want to practice this, or maybe just, you know, asking about practice floors in general, but wonder if Elcon would have some shortcut idea or something. Some, yeah, it could be some, like, strat, some kind of a shortcut. Maybe. Well. Gets through it no problem, though. Hello, Sun Team. Yeah, just wondering if Elcon has some ideas for this floor here. But so far, doesn't seem to need any consistency practice at least. I feel like Elcon is doing really well. Back to floor 10. Ice Gold Mavericks floor. Sliding through. I'm not so worried about Elcon doing this, but I'm more worried about Elcon doing the sideways landing on floor 11. I believe that the ice slide will be fine. Into the ice. And going through. Kind of slows down going downhill by accelerating straight up and then doing the ice slide inputs there. Looks to be very solid. Goes a bit too far. I think the speed should still be enough, just full speeding it. Well, not even needing to do that. That's still just fine. Means the dirt, small dirt soup as well. I feel like Elcon is just having fun, honestly, on this floor. By offline plutonium, do you mean playing off stream or like in solo, like not on the server? There are plenty of players playing not on the server, like Scrappy Virtual Schmaniel, for example, hasn't played too much on the server from what I've seen. But all of them stream. Elcon, back to the spin. Timing looks great, as always. Landing is great. This time not sliding out in the landing either, just keeps going. Timo needs to take notes here. The thing is that Elcon is going for like so much risk that I'm not sure if you're really gonna learn much from it. It just doesn't seem like it would be the case. You want to go for like the Hazard lines. Hazard is doing fairly safe lines through this entire ending section. I think those are the better ones to replicate. Not so clued in on Trackmania, but loving Deep Deep 2 and the educational cast so far. Thank you. That you do. May I ask what those squares with speaker signs on are? Those are voice lines. So the players will hear them, and we could hear them as well, but I've disabled them because we would hear them like all the time. Elcon, clean line through the ice, and now to the plastic, works fine. So essentially there are these voice lines when you reach a new section, and there's, you know, some motivational speeches there and stuff. If you've played Getting Over It, or if you know the game, that's kind of the inspiration. Well, Elcon is through again. Floor 11, here we go. Seems to be in the zone. Landing in the loop. And getting through. Was thinking about streaming but not playing on the server. Yeah, pretty much those three. If you finish the map offline and without streaming, it would not be a valid run. Yeah, you have to stream it, but you don't have to play on the server. It has to be specifically live streamed. Elcon, back to the big jump, lands a little bit to the right side, a little bit more than usual. Is the landing going to work? It will. Jumps very far to the left compared to some other players. Maybe it's, you know, we have a sample size of 2. so it's not really that reliable, but it seems to work still, and we are back in the pool as well. There we are. Any progress in the last 24 hours beyond the floor 14 quarter pipe? Well, Bren did get a little bit further. That was a little bit more than 24 hours ago, I suppose. Hazard also equaled the world record, and Lars is now on the quarter pipe jump on 14. So the quarter pipe jump and then the next jump have been cleared, but not further. Sections we could also talk about. Let's see now, Elkon's second attempt at the spin strategy. Fell down to floor 8 just before, and now we're hoping for the spin to land. Landing, the spin. This time it's on point, and Elkon will be able to continue. Thank you, Fletch. Hi, Troy. So now for the speed check. Kind of switch between like strategy sections and speed check sections on this floor. This one just driving through, landing clean, and get the right jump. It's 2 jumps, or 1 drop down and 1 jump. Who do you think the biggest wild card is that could be top 3? Like one of the least expected top 3 players. I think it would be Simo. Shmaniel is like barely expected, I feel like. Shmaniel just hasn't been super present on the server, so, you know, people just don't know the progress. But Shmaniel has been, you know, getting to floor 12 already. Elkon, very clean landing. And now on this ring here, you want to avoid the... You want to avoid third gear. So you want to be a little bit slower than you can be. Speeding up. That might be a little too slow. Well, it's not a problem if it doesn't make it. It's fine. That was only 150 speed or so. You can go all the way to 160. 160 is the speed where Gear 3 usually happens. But fortunately, there's this thing here. So it's all good. We're fine. The dirt is a little bit slanted, so you just wait for the car to fall down and you will continue. Top 10 currently in order of progress is Bren, Hazard, Lars, Elkon, I guess. It has to be Elkon, just based on the height as well. Virtual, Scrappy, I suppose, and Shmaniel, Skandir on floor 11, and then Simo and Mada on floor 10 still. Oh my god, what on earth was that? What the hell is going on? Pool, not that well placed, actually, it ends up being. That is so... That's not good. Not good. Because there's a ramp here, right? You land into this ramp. And then you're gone. Like, it's supposed to be just a safe landing, right? These pool blocks are plastic as well, so they will bounce you around a little bit more than usual. That is so... Maybe the pool could be extended a little bit, or maybe there could be a fence here or something. Oh my lord. We actually know that this pool is not placed by the builder of the floor though. It's placed by another mapper. So I suppose without without Dundi there wouldn't be a pool at all. So the run would still be over. I guess. But still. The placement of the pool, I can't help but think that there's some, you know, some XDD behind that, you know? You know what I mean? Elko will climb back though. Can checking on Volley. We'll see. Floor 4 attempts here. 711 meters is not that bad at all. Pretty solid. That is floor 6. Not quite yet the duck jump. It's somewhere in the middle of floor 6, I believe. Bren has not reached floor 15. Maybe there's a time traveler that can help you out. We still see this quarter pipe jump being a big issue, right? Or we'll probably flip, by the way. Plastic tends to bounce the car like this. Yeah, it's easy to forget that, you know, this section that was like a big choke point on like day 3 still. It hasn't gone anywhere, you know? Well, the players still need to do this every single run. Like, you know, it's easy to kind of only watch the later floors and stuff, but like every time you have to do all of these sections that we've cleared before, and it's like, oh wow, someone got through it, that's so insane. But then, like, that's not enough, right? You need to do that every single run. So, it doesn't get much easier. But currently, world record has reached this. Website says Bren floor 15. Yeah, well, it's not true. Might be the same height, but it's not progress. So, from here, where Hazard and Bren are, Lars is one trick behind. Landing here, and then it seems you just full send the line here, land sideways. And then take speed from the turbo, land into the pool. I actually wonder if you need to be a little bit careful to not get pushed by the turbos. Maybe you need to try to be like a little bit slower. Because if you are still on the ceiling when the turbos push you, it could be that they push you too far and you might fall down here or something. I don't really know. Anyway. The pool here. And then you go on the dirt and supposedly you just take speed, land, and then jump here. This is floor 15 beginning. So it's close. I don't make any skins. I have no idea how to make them. The 360 is a good example. It was a barrier we celebrated, but now it's almost unnoticed. Yeah, and it's still like ending runs, right? Not for everyone, but for some players for sure. Elcon, unfortunate previous run. But got twice to floor 11 already. And that's pretty early into the session, right? That's something. I feel like every single player so far has had some very unlucky balls, let's say. Elcon can definitely do it again, yes. I feel like at this point it's kind of like probably getting more and more tedious to do these early floors for the reason that you don't feel like you're gaining anything from it. In like the first week you could still say like, okay, it's fine, I'm getting more consistent, I'm learning something, but it's getting harder and harder to like find those kind of silver linings. That being said though, I feel like the players are still generally fairly positive, from what I've seen. You can always celebrate the world record falls. Everyone likes the big numbers. I suppose Elcon can find some enjoyment in really trying to speedrun these floors though. Very wide bugslide line to get a better entry to floor 4. It is actually just so fast. Elcon's floor 3 is so fast. Longest fall record has to be from Bren. I think it's like 1570, and considering that only 3 players have ever been to that height, like Bren fell all the way down from the last section that I showed a moment ago. Haven't seen those specifically, but I've seen some older ones, Tiny. They're pretty great. Changing action key? I don't think... I would be very surprised if Elcon uses any action keys at all on this map. Action keys are essentially extra keys that you can use to limit steering. You have 4 options. You have 20%, 40%, 60% and 80%. So if you're a keyboard player and you need to do some smooth steering, sometimes it can help that you lock the steering maximum to like 40% so that you can turn a bit more carefully and you don't need to do like heavy tapping, which is usually like, even like extremely fast tapping is usually not gonna be as clean as just holding the right angle. Use some action key on the message jump? Yeah, that actually makes sense. Like for very like precise things you can do that. A controller, you know, is still probably a better option, but it's basically something that keyboard players can use to be a little bit more accurate. The end tag marks the end of floor 16. So floor 16 to end, that's by jumper, and end to fin is basically mostly the final jump, which is by sparkling. There can be like some action keys on the like grass uphill. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's possible, but Elcon wouldn't need to stop to change action keys, right? As a keyboard player. Like, you are going to have all of them bound to your keyboard in accessible ways. It would be very surprising if it wasn't the case. Who do you think is gonna finish first? Too early to say. Probably one of our top 3 though. Like, I wouldn't really be surprised if it was any of the top 3. Bren, Hazard or Lars have been doing really well in these latest floors. But it could be probably 5 other people as well, and I wouldn't be that surprised either. But those are kind of the safe bets right now. Elcon uses keyboard and has been using it for a long time. That's a little bit off. Unfortunate. Unfortunate fall. It's probably a reset. Floor 6 and 7, they are the big choke points, really. Don't look at the inputs too much. Those are estimated by the plugin. And in spectating, they are not accurate at all. Hello, Roa. Bren still has the wall record. It's technically tied in terms of sections with Hazard. Lars has gotten 1 section behind the 2 though. So Lars also floor 14. Evest has been also playing 765, getting to floor 7, or at least the duck jump. It's not bad at all, pretty solid. Floor 10, yeah. Well, I'm just optimizing language, yeah. In these last 2 floors, it's really become to be a battle between Bren, Hazard, and Lars. They're kind of switching between the world records all the time. First was Hazard on floor 13, then Lars took it, then Bren took it to 14, now Hazard again tied. Elcon is back as well though. Hasn't been on the server in a while and has also been streaming in a while. But here we are. Getting those runs started. Has already gotten to floor 11 twice. Candier floor 11. Personal best. Hi Costanix. I'm good, what about you? Is Deep Deep the reason why Elcon is not going to Comic Con? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, I guess. Bezardu. It's more like Blarzard right now. Was he? Virtual also making great progress. Scrappy has gotten to floor 12 too. So we will wait and see what Elcon can get done on this session. Maybe we're gonna have another floor 14 player too. There's a famous chess player called Frederick Lazard, really? Fitting. Floor 3, based on the interaction between water, ice, and plastic. So, this is how it goes, basically. You get wet wheels from water, unsurprisingly. Then you get ice wheels from ice, which is also probably not surprising. But when you have wet wheels and you go on ice, you will keep both. So you will keep 100% wet wheels and 100% ice wheels. Plastic retains wet wheels, which means that when you have wet wheels and you drive on plastic, you will never lose those wet wheels. So when you go from water to ice, you will get both icy and wet wheels, and then when you go on plastic, you will keep those wet wheels, which are in return keeping ice wheels, which means that you will have wet icy wheels on plastic and you will not lose either one. So that's kind of giving these almost ice physics on these plastic blocks. Who came up with these rules? Who knows? And, like, are they even intentional, or is this just how it works? Is there a Discord for event and tournaments in Trackmania? There's a Trackmania news Discord server, which, yeah, that's kind of used for events. Hello, bum. Tired? Look on. Front flip magic there. Getting to floor 4. Really, the difficult parts of this floor are right at the end. Those quarter-pipe jumps here. Everything here is tilted a little bit sideways, so hard to get intuition for this, but I feel like at this point the players have played this enough to, you know, get more comfortable with everything here. Hello, I came. It would seem that Elcon is playing, yes. How do they embed water inside a platform block? Can that be done for other surfaces? I guess you're talking about, for example, the floor 13 thing. So the hidden... Where is it? Right here. The hidden water pool here. The water... And then the platform is kind of overlapping it. So, really how you do that is just with something called ghost mode in the map editor. So you can overlap any blocks as much as you like. You can place multiple blocks in the same exact position. Depending on how you place them, they will give you some physics. Water is kind of like unique in the sense that it does enable you to like actually get the wet wheels and also then like drive on the platform above. So not everything will work the same way. For example, you can't like put in dirt block, ice block, and water block to somehow get like all three surfaces like at once. One of them will always kind of stand out. But you can get the wet wheels with this kind of a thing. So basically it's just two separate blocks put on top of each other. Water platform and normal platform. Elcon, onwards to floor 6. Just the final jump. Careful line. Good landing and the speed from the turbo. There we are. Hello, Petrov. I'm great. What about you? Again, jumping a little bit to the right with this, but Works fine. 2 players now. Floor 6. That's a nice horn. It's just like an actual greeting. There we go. Going pretty fast through these parts has done this enough, I suppose. Now the turnaround... Still tricky sections though. Like there, you can't turn around too early, because if you do, the car will get too much grip. It's basically just like turning, right? So it turns into the wall and you crash and you lose your speed and everything. Any high points since yesterday? Lars has made it to floor 14, but that's mostly that. Floor 7 is close now. Basically just the big jump. And the wet plastic. I'm still getting freezes. Why? What is with this game? Oh, well. Quack has been reached, and we go over here. And like I mentioned, you have these wet wheels from the pool, and on plastic, like these platforms here, you never lose the wet wheels. So on dirt, you lose wet wheels pretty much immediately. So you just can drive over it and everything works. I think it's a Trackmania thing this time, but... That's how the game is. Oh yeah, it's all good for me as well, but seems to be all fixed. We go through tricky parts next to sections. Into the plastic. Angle looks pretty good. Is it gonna hit the wall? No. Green line. And then this next section, still kind of hard as well. Not yet, bum. Very late jump there. Elcon does it correctly. Flipping that first platform is gonna be the main mistake that people do. This is kind of ridiculous. The freezes are getting worse and worse. What? Like now it's actually not kind of working. How is it like this? Do I need to restart the game every hour? Okay, well, we'll see. Hi, Billy. Goes for the sideways turn here. Oh, luckily doesn't go back into that turbo. That could have been pretty bad. The ice there, pretty slippery, and if you're not fully sideways over those turbos, they will affect you. They will push you, so it's a pretty rough section. Well, works out this time. Elcon not able to slow down before, but Elcon, good reaction there. Notices that the speed won't go away, so instead of trying to hold the brake, actually goes a little bit further. This happens occasionally. Sometimes you're just too fast. Oh, this landing. It's back to the quarter pipe. Lands clean though. So it was the correct reaction. It was the correct reaction. Because if Elcon slams the brakes and it doesn't quite work, then it's into the hole. And there's no recovery there. So by Elcon kind of speeding up at the end, like, you know, just saying, okay, the brakes are not going to work, instead of falling down barely into the hole, just accelerates a little bit more, lands here. That was absolutely the best option there. Because if you can slow down, then you can slow down. It's just not gonna happen. Oh, Elcon, a very low jump. Works though. We go back. This one. That's the 1-0. Nice. Into the pool. Keep going. Next attempt. It is interesting how the strat has completely changed to this left side landing. Everybody is doing it. In the beginning, some players were hitting the plastic still and bouncing forward, but the problem is that if you land upside down, you would rather be in the water. If you don't land into the water, then you can't flip the car back up. So, especially with wet wheels, you don't really have the grip to save any kind of a turtle there, so you want to get into the water just for safety. So, in Spectator, we will not be able to see wet wheels, so I feel like having the wheel states would be more confusing than anything. You can see icy wheels, but not wet wheels for some reason. Sideways turn. That was clean. That was very good. And then going up. Here we go. It should be 0, but I mean, just go with, you know, one map at a time. Elcon making it through everything, and now back to the final jump. Just needs to slow down well enough. Don't want to really bounce on this landing. And this looks very good. If you bounce over the landing, then you're not really slowing down in the air. So then what's going to happen is that you essentially land at the position with too much speed where you can't slow down anymore. So it's good to get that full ground time throughout the entire slope. Well, Elcon back to the upside down part, doing these occasional taps here, and then full right to turn the car, and then the flip timing works. Onto the beam. Elcon is still going for the sideways landing, but it seems to be working. A lot of players do try to turn the car in the air, going a little bit higher with higher speed, and they land with back wheels, but Elcon going with a little bit less speed and landing sideways there, and it seems to be fine as well. Is Elcon doing the shortcut? Elcon is not doing the shortcut. Opting for the slightly longer way, but also safer way. Not sure how much Elcon watches other players. Maybe doesn't even, you know, hasn't even maybe seen the shortcuts. Entirely possible. The speed which player do the turtle slalom indicates somehow the experience of the player, it seems. I feel like it actually almost is... like, it's pretty counterintuitive, because I feel like someone like Simo is actually doing it fairly slow. Because someone like Simo is just like, oh, I can do... oh, hold on. Turtle pretty weak. Elcon getting it through, though. Great inputs there to strengthen the swing of the car from side to side. If the motion stops there, it's over. That was well done. Was looking pretty rough. And again, going for the back wheel clip slowdown. So I feel like someone like Simo is actually going fairly slow through the turtle sections, because Simo is very, like, confident in the technique, so doesn't really want to, like, rush it, because you don't want to, like, fail the run on those sections. So I feel like actually the less experienced players seem to go a little bit faster, but they also do occasionally make more mistakes, I think. It's pretty difficult to do, like, slow turtling, actually. Going forward a little bit more usually makes it a little bit easier to keep the turtle alive. Oh, well, Elcon now onto the long beam. Going pretty fast, but... oh, timing is right. And timing is right here as well. There we go. And here we are. Elcon was pretty shaky with the turtle. Still, you know, a little bit on the edge of the platform, or the beam there. But Elcon has been improving so much. And Elcon is through. No issue with the final parts there, and floor 9 pretty much the comfort zone as well. Hi, Nuke. We don't know Elcon's playtime, but it is up there. Very good. Clean landing onto the left side of the beam there. Yes, Elcon is keyboard player. The micro freezes are really frustrating. Trackmania moment. Well, the player's probably not dealing with them. Elcon gets through the next part. Then jump up the quarter pipe. Okay, I actually think I need to restart the game. I feel like it's getting worse and worse. The Simo turtle is honestly, like, just insanely controlled. Like, it looks like Simo is being, like, overly careful with it, but I think it's just comfort in kind of, you know, doing it in a careful way. Because you know that if you're starting to rush it, if you're starting to, like, speedrunning, then the chance of making mistakes is much higher. So why take the risk? Good drift from Elcon. No worries, Zero. Probably, yeah, a lot easier than deep div too, I would imagine. Can you do a short explanation what the top players use? So, in terms of the players we have on this map, Bren uses controller, Hazard, who's tied for Voltegard, uses keyboard. So, that's our top 2. Lars uses controller, that's top 3, And currently on floor 13, somewhere, Elcon is gonna be top 4, also using keyboard. So currently the top 4 is 2 controller, 2 keyboard. There's 2 wheel players as well, Mada and Granati. Granati switches to keyboard during these upside down sections. But Mada actually also does the upside down stuff with the wheel. Timo is keyboard on floor 10, and then Scrappy controller, virtual keyboard. It's pretty much like 50-50, I feel like, in the top 10 right now, with these, like, keyboard versus controller. And then, you know, the couple wheel players, pretty high up as well. Ice wheels into dirt gives you this sideways boost here, zooping through, and then Elgon straight to the ice slide. Pressing forward here to slow down, and then doing the counter steer inputs here. A lot of braking too to make sure that the ice slide is comfortable and consistent. Around the ice. Not the hardest speed check on this map. Elcon releases quite a bit, actually. Releasing, by the way, because it's sometimes confusing what that means, just means releasing the acceleration. So that's as opposed to braking. Braking means, you know, pressing the brake button. Releasing means just releasing acceleration. Just, you know, terminology. Into the pipes. Oh, a little bit of a slow exit there, but still plenty of speed. And jumping into the pool. Works great. Into the ice spin directly. No waiting with Elcon. Getting the second gear at 100 speed. Spin timing. Oh, it's pretty late, but it will land still. It doesn't feel. It doesn't really feel like Elcon's ice spins are honestly very time dependent. I feel like Elcon does them sometimes very early, sometimes very late, sometimes at the correct time, and it always lands, because Elcon just gets so much speed out of the spin compared to everyone else. Doesn't really need to do it at the specific time, because the spin control and the technique and the timing of the inputs is just better than others. Virtual might be pretty close to Elcon as well, in that sense, on this ice spin. And then the final half pipes should work as well, and Elcon back to floor 11 after the incident. Here we go. Chaining everything, no issue, and probably going for the sideways landing. Yeah, sure, do what you want. Hiya, Kadalia. I don't care who wins, I just want to see Simo get that 360. As do we all. And I honestly feel that if it clicks, Simo still has a good chance of catching up to the others. Elcon, a great landing into the half loop, and into the pool we go. So the car will always flip upright in these water sections. All you need to do is steer, so not much to it. Elcon to the big jump. Now, angling pretty far to left. Works fine. A small plastic bounce actually, but worked out. And then into the plastic. Clean landing. This should end up in the pool. Unusual line. Oh, there we go. Hi, Max. Back we go. Quarter pipe jump next. then the spin, then the speed check, and then the ring. There we go. Landing just fine. So you are allowed to, for example, go and play like one of the ice spin maps that have been built. You can't rebuild things yourself in the way that they are in the map. Look on, spin, looks to land. But you can, like, you know, you could just go to like ice server and play ice maps, sure. Landing in. Looks to be enough speed, and we go back into the ring. Last time got a little bit too little speed, so it needs to be somewhere in like the 155 range. Last time it was about 150. You don't want to go over 160, because if you get the third gear, then you risk getting a slowdown when you get up into this quarter pipe landing. So this one, 160 actually. 161 I think was the highest speed, but it doesn't get the third gear, so no problem. Elcon makes it to the pool. No need to be worried about the fall. And we go through. Floor 12. Haven't seen Elcon on floor 12 yet. Not through the whole thing at least, so excited to see if there's something different. Very low line here, is that gonna work? It's a bit close, but it will work. Not going as wide as we've seen the other players go. But it does work. Elcon clips the hole, lands nicely. Taking a little bit more speed here, it seems. Other players lining up the back wheels next to the Trackmania sign. So Elcon a little bit further here. But maybe has some different line. Does a small release instead. Okay. Interesting. Oh, stays on the platform. And this is not the worst. Hold on. No, actually, this is not so great. Yeah, you can't really get back up to the ramp. Well, knowing Elcon, we're probably gonna see a floor 11 save over here. Landing straight forward. Front wheels first. Hope you don't get too much backwards momentum here. Virtual made pool from here. Oh, like taking speed from here and then jumping into that pool. I don't see any way to get back to 12. It's very isolated right now. Well, it could maybe... It's a big jump. Suppose if you bounce from this and go to the pool. Well, you can go straight forward and try to land front wheels first. Elcon. Need to try something. Oh! Hold on. Plastic. Those white blocks there. Kind of slippery. Need to be careful. Oh, Elcon. Okay. Alright, that's a start. And then what? Back here? Or... Oh, no. Elcon is trying to go on the border and all the way around this. I am not sure if that works. This looks like some extra... I mean, it's mostly risk-free though. I think the riskiest jump was actually doing the jump over the border here. So now you can just retry this and try to do it. Not really in a rush, yeah? So if you get here, then you get back to floor 12 as well. Though it's another save that you need to do. Trying front wheels. That one does go onto the edge. If Elcon can somehow, like, maybe turn around on the edge while staying on it, then I could see this happening. So, landing like this and then turning around. Yeah, braking, drifting around. Oh, it's probably gonna fall. But it looks possible. This looks like it's probably going to eventually work. So, bouncing here. Oh, going a bit too oh, no, 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 no. Not the turtle. What? Oh, God. Car's going forward if Elcon wants to wait. Probably not land onto the ring there. Mostly risk-free. Not really greed. It's just the air brake while landing. Going a little bit too far. It happens. Like, doing absolutely anything would be risky, right? Moving the car from the beginning of the map is risky. "30-minute default. Be right back." Well, if we look at the trajectory, too much here, yeah. Floor 8. Floor 8, probably. It's probably possible with some weird stuff that it does land on the ring, but probably gonna bounce away from there anyway. Floor 8, I believe. Somewhere here. And then you just hope, and then, you know, you can continue from the second turtle. I think it's possible. Well, we're in a situation with only one player playing right now on the server. That's Matt. But Matt has been doing pretty nicely, actually. 1,020 meters, yeah? That's floor 9. So, pretty solid. Any mod can do a Matt shoutout? Perhaps? Has been grinding a lot. Very good, very good skill set for this kind of map as well. Yami, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I noticed you got to floor 8 a couple times. Much appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. We are currently in a situation where Elcon is waiting the next maybe 20 minutes for default movement. Probably to floor 8. Matt getting some runs in. Trying to get maybe back to floor 9. Never have much. Let me do this quick. Insane start to the comeback. 4 tries, all over floor 6 and both floor 7s made it to floor 8. That's really solid. Super good. Was it practicing floor 8 right now for the last hour? Oh yeah. Actually good timing for you, yeah? That The practice floor, number 8, was released. Scandier has been grinding these practice floors a bunch. Not so much the full map, I guess. Not yet. I mean, Scandier has been to floor 11, but I feel like the playtime is still a lot lower than others. Maybe not going for the full grind. Let's go, Yummy. You got this. Virtual has also been improving a lot in consistency. Oh wow, chaining this. Oof. So this is the latest floor that has been officially released for practice. Going for the shortcut. Intended shortcut. Probably not all that much that's different from what we've seen players do already. Maybe just a little bit, you know, faster lineups and not really getting all the speed that you normally would. Also probably not like a maxed out run, right? Because this just came out. Chaining this. That's not something that I expect our players to do on full runs. Virtual fell, okay. Well, we're waiting for Elcon to fall still, I suppose. Matt could get some great runs going in too, though. For sure. What's the pace through the turtle part? Full speed? More or less, yeah. A little bit of a lineup, but you know. I don't know why some other streamer looks or doesn't look at chat. I just don't know this. How would I have this information? Jumping to the right, also seemingly an intentional shortcut, you know? But... well... that's what players have been doing all the time. And there it is. Pretty clean run, you know? Apparently, at the very least, what we know from that is that you can chain everything. You can chain everything, yeah? Ask him. I don't have time to send these questions to every player. Oh, Matt falling down as I joined. Unfortunate timing. Well, Elcon. Yeah, still waiting. Yeah, this landing probably very sketchy, honestly. It probably wouldn't really land. Uphill blocks like this, not really, not really great landing spots. Yeah, I think Elcon's 30-minute estimate wasn't even too bad. I mean, still getting to floor 8, right? Maybe. after the event, Jake. Better getting a new run and the flow going than waiting 30 minutes for a potential bad fall. It depends, because, you know, during the break you can do things as well, right? You can rest a little bit, you can get some, you know, food, you can get some drinks, you can do whatever. Someone donated 15k to the Mapper prize pool. Like, not the Mapper prize pool, but the Mapper crowdfunding. That is kind of wild, actually. Let me take a quick look. Yeah. Wow. 15,000 Australian dollars. God damn. Just 10 minutes ago. That is pretty wild, but super deserved. God damn. That is pretty crazy, honestly. Server is a little bit slow right now, but you know what? Okay, let's use this as like a worthwhile break, and we're gonna do something else. So let's talk about ice, because we've talked a lot about the floor 10. We've talked about potentially like floor 15 as well, which has ice too. So, and maybe some people are also stuck on, for example, the ice slide on floor 1, maybe not in this version, but maybe the shallow dip version. So let's talk a little bit about like how ice works in general. And like how you can control ice slides and what makes them difficult. So, stuck on the 2022 ice update there. So okay, ice surface, very slippery, yeah? So if I start just full turning to the left here, you notice pretty quickly that the car is spinning out of control. So when you first start playing Trackmania, I think, you know, the intuition is that you know, just carefully steer through these to get into the next section. You can place a finish line there as well. But you'll pretty quickly notice that, okay, this is actually not very fast, right? So you can, you know, line up wide, and then you can kind of angle the car like this, and then you can try to correct the steering. It can look like relatively clean, but it's not very fast. We lose a lot of speed during that turn. But fortunately, there's another strategy that you can do, which is that you turn your car sideways and then you counter steer. That's called an ice slide. So this is what people are doing for the ice spin, what they're doing on floor 1, what they're doing basically everywhere with ice. So that's an ice slide, and as we can see, quite a bit faster, yeah? So there's a couple ways to control this kind of an ice slide. So for example, if I go a little bit too wide, I can press the brake button. That was a slide out. And it's something that happens often, but let me do this. So let's say that I place the finish here instead. So if I just try to ice slide this normally by, you know, turning the car, turn and then slide. Okay, it's still gonna go to the right direction, actually. Let me do this. Let me just keep this here. Let's say that I want to get there. So, a lot of the time when you do these kinds of like tight ice slides, what you find is that you need to get like super lucky with the angle. Otherwise the car just goes like too wide. Or is otherwise hard to control. But there's a strategy. which is the brake button. So what you can do in a situation like this is you can simply tap brake a little bit, and it will make the car go tighter. And then if you notice that you're going too tight, what you can do is release acceleration. So brake tapping and releasing acceleration, those are the two main ways to control it. So here, if I notice that I'm going way too far, I can release acceleration, and the car will immediately exit the ice slide. So this is kind of like how you would play ice maps. And if you look at the input overlay, you'll notice that if I try to like get like a good line here, it's gonna be a lot of those two adjustments to get like clean lines. So if I put up an actual ice map and I do a run, you can kind of check the two inputs there. One of them being, when is the last ice map? In track of the day. There was the Capman map. This one? This one wasn't an ice map, was it? This one will do. So, yeah, if you look at my inputs on the right side, I can, you know what, I'll slam them in the middle of the screen. We can talk about gears in just a moment. Okay, so you can check my inputs there. So whenever I release acceleration, that's gonna make me go wider on the ice slide, and whenever I press the brake, that's gonna make me go a little bit tighter. So there I did brake too much, and I just, you know, did a bad job. So I couldn't get the right line. It's a bit hard to see what's happening with this. But here, small brake taps, slight release at the end to get the exit well. A bit heavier brake taps here. I don't remember the route, by the way. Starting the ice slide here. Releasing the ice slide there a little bit so that I can extend it slightly. Small release here as well, so I don't go too tight. That's a slide out. That's a gear problem. So there's like adjustments like this that you can do when you go into these kinds of ice slides. Here, small release, then starting wide, small brake tap, heavy brake tap, small releases so I don't crash the wall. A lot of adjustments. There's like a surprising amount of adjustments when you start playing something like this. So then the gears. So there's 5 gears in the game when you drive forwards. First one is at any speed that you just drive forward. So we're on gear 1 as long as we're driving forwards. Then at 100 speed, we get gear 2, and you can see this in the backlights of the car. I could also enable this, but it's a very small number. So, you know, you can maybe see it though. So 160 speed gives you the 3rd gear, and for example, this map is built for the 3rd gear. So why do slide outs happen? The reason is that you either get a gear up or a gear down. So there's a couple key things to slide outs, where if I try to force one, there's one. So you might have noticed on the number there. I need to release so much for this to work. It's kind of difficult. It's a bit unorganic on that one. Maybe I'll try to do it on the first turn. Or the second one? Maybe I can do it on the second one. There's a checkpoint just before. So the main reason why it happens is because you just slow down too much, and you have like a... Dude, it's so hard to... Okay, I actually can't force it there. No, it's pretty well calculated. Maybe I could build my own thing. I'm gonna try to build something where I can show it. better. Because the map is well built, so it doesn't really have that many problems with gears if you actually play like relatively well. So maybe this, we can kind of adjust it. I guess the input's less important right now. Throw them back here. Okay, so a little bit more speed. So there's two kinds of gear shifts during ice slides. There's one. Okay, so this happens because of a gear up. It should be possible to force here. Okay, I'll try to do it with the gear down. It's probably easier. So gear downs and gear ups happen if you get too much speed or you lose too much speed, basically. That's mostly gonna be it. So a lot of the time during ice slides, they're also a little bit dependent on the RPM and on other surfaces as well. So that means that if I do like a tap release at the wrong point, then that can cause the car to slide out as well. As long as you kind of hold on to the ice slide, and it's like a semi-well-built ice slide, then a lot of the time you will not gear down. So as long as you hold on to the ice slide, that generally like keeps it going. Usually. Ice is complicated, but that's... Okay, I need to probably do like a much tighter line. Okay, actually, if I build the exit to be here, that should work better. So this is like barely third gear, right? We get the third gear here, and then I slide, and I do a very tight line, and I slide out. Okay, that should work. So you slide, very heavy line, and then I keep the ice slide going, but I still lose too much speed. The car gears down. You can maybe see the number on the right side changes from 3 to 2. It's hard to do. It's not 100% consistent. If I do a small release, it's probably gonna happen more often, but... yeah, there. So the result is basically the car just spins out of control. Well, not really out of control. But it's like losing the grip. Doesn't go sideways anymore. It just starts going directly backwards. So this is what a gear shift during an ice slide causes. Basically just losing the ice slide and going through. So there's two kinds of ways that this can happen. One is that you over-angle the car, and that's what happens if you like over-slide. I dislike the term because it sounds like it's like bad to do that. But if you're ice sliding in like a very heavy angle, a more than 90-degree angle, then that's what the slide out is going to be like. So you just slide out. And sometimes you need to do these kind of lines. You need to do these very sort of heavy turns. So if you keep the car in like a 90-degree angle, essentially meaning this kind of an angle, you just kind of keep going like that, if the map allows, then usually the gear shift will not make you like slide out anywhere. It's just gonna happen and it will end the ice slide. It's kind of difficult to show. But there, for example, at the very end, the car sounds a bit weird, but if I keep this angle, I will just get the fourth gear, and then the car will straighten out, even if I'm holding the ice slide inputs. So that's like the second way and the slightly better way to get these kinds of gears. Still can be like a sign of kind of bad mapping. Sometimes. And it can be pretty weird sometimes, like the RPM of the car goes down and everything's weird. Usually mappers worry about these kind of things, so you don't have these kinds of edge cases where the car will gear up during an ice slide, so you don't really need to worry about it if you're playing the map in the intended way. But of course, sometimes you're just slower and you barely drop the gear, and then everything becomes a lot harder. So, yeah. The biggest problem, obviously, is sliding out of the ice slide, and that's gonna generally happen when you do these kinds of ice slides pretty tight. So, the way you prevent these from happening is generally not doing tap releases at the worst points. Because, for example, if I go too tight here and I need to correct the line, it's much higher, the risk that I slide out, than if I can hold the ice slide through the entire way. So, keeping the ice slide inputs steady through the entire slide usually makes it so that you will be less likely to slide out. But usually the mapper will take care of these kinds of things for you. There are some cases in which, you know, you have to slow down before you start the ice slide to not get the higher gear, because you would drop it immediately during the ice slide. But those are, like, pretty rare, usually, like, pretty occasional due to inexperience of the mapper. But of course, if you make a mistake on a section, then sometimes it's better for you to not, like, full send it into the corner, because you would risk then losing that gear immediately on the slide. So it's kind of, you know, weird, it requires quite a bit of experience, but this is like the basic mechanic behind those ice spins. It takes practice, and if you're playing ice for the first time on Deep Deep 2, I would recommend that you go on to other maps to practice first. So then the ice spin. So we can quickly talk about that as well. So I'm not really gonna force it here, but so how does the ice spin work? I'm going way too fast with this ice turbo. I'm gonna change it to road turbo. Those are less powerful usually. Better. So how the players are doing the ice spin, basically the first step here, starting an ice slide. So you start it the same way as you would if you wanted to go to the left, right? You just turn the car to the left and then counter steer, holding forward and right. But then you need to do the spin, and as we talked before, you will get the car to turn faster by pressing brake. So what you're gonna do, turn left, counter steer, hold brake. And then to complete the spin, because now the car is facing backwards, now you're going to change the input again, you're gonna press to the left, and then you correct the line. So like, just mechanically, this is not super hard to do, but there's one more thing about it. One is that on floor 10, you know, the gear is much more difficult to manage because you barely get the second gear and it's a downhill angle and it's a very limited space, right? But there's also the small tap release that I think Elcon is doing. So basically when the car is facing backwards, you can release acceleration. You don't need to do it necessarily, but if we look at the speed, if I place another checkpoint here, if I can manage this. If we look at the speed that you get without the release, okay, that was very bad, I kind of geared down there. So you start the slide, spin like this, and then you go to the checkpoint, that's 230 speed, yeah? So then if I do that small release, if I manage to get it right, it's a bit of a weird setup now. You notice that it should be a little bit higher speed. Goes 32, but not the greatest one. $34. And these are like small numbers, right? but with this small release tab that you can do, you do gain a little bit of a speed boost. But the problem is that you do risk getting a slowdown as well. It might also depend on the speed or the timing of the ice spin here, but generally speaking, that release tab will give you better speed. Like there I did a very late, sort of, very similar timing to the previous one. I got 216 speed. I guess I could limit the space, right? I could limit it so that I need to do it like in a specific point, like this. A bit more comparable. Okay, that was terrible. I lost the gear. Brake tap, spin, 211 speed without the release. And then if I try to do the release... Okay. 217, the split there. But as you can really notice, like, not only is it harder for me, yeah, 221, so it's like 10 speed difference, right, or so. So, doing that very slight release tap when the car is facing backwards, it is better, it does improve the spin, it gets more speed out of it, but it does risk, like, the angle might be harder to control, like the exit angle, and also you might risk, like, a serious speed loss due to gears. So that's kind of like what's happening on floor 10. Hopefully that explains it a little bit. So yeah, ice, very difficult, very complicated because of gears and because of the inputs as well. Like ice spin itself, like the inputs there, really not that complex though. Like you ice slide and then you counter steer. But then like getting the timing right on this map, that's tough. It's not so easy. Oh, Lars on the server. Lars beginning the climb. Elkhorn still waiting. Elkhorn's 30-minute guess was still wrong, by the way. I feel like it's been 30 minutes now. Check virtual on floor 12. Is there something to it? I'll check on virtual when virtual also turtle. Okay. Yeah, we can check in on virtual when virtual is close to floor 14 maybe. This one. Turtled on 13. I think Virtual's first run to 13 ended in a turtle as well. Well, Elkhorn, I think still at least 5 minutes away. So what I can kind of see here is that because of the angle of the edge here, the car will flip the right way. If Elkhorn is, you know, here on time, then it should be like an air brake, but it might also bounce in a weird way over the people here. God damn, they have no idea what's coming. They're just looking at this block like super excited. What a block. God damn it. Yeah, block. And... oh no. Oh no. Terrible. Do you think it's going right there? Could be going a little bit further, I guess. I don't think it matters for Elkhorn too much. Even if you land here, I don't really know if you can go anywhere else. Yeah, it's always gonna be the same recovery, I think. Well. Lars, getting some climbs in as well. And yeah, even though floor 10 does have the plastic, because you go from water to ice, you keep those wet icy wheels. So you get water wheels from here. It's very much forced. The reason why there's these barriers is so that you make absolutely sure that no one can skip the water. So you get the wet wheels, then you get the icy wheels, so now you have wet icy wheels, and then the plastic functions basically the same as ice. More or less. Very nice, Zero. Glad you're enjoying. Yeah, a couple more minutes, I think. Lars just casually won bonk up again. Okay, okay. In form. For sure. On this map as well. Top 3 player right now. Very solid. One more thing about ice. There's this weird sort of... wow, no speed. Interesting. There's this weird idea that gear 4 is like a safe gear, and then gear 3 like has more slide outs. That's not true. I don't really know where that's coming from, but it's just not true. So gear 3 works just as well. There's absolutely no problem with gear 3 ice maps or ice slides or anything. It really just depends on how it's built. If it's a well-built ice map where you can't go too fast, then you will not risk getting 4th gear, and you will not get a slide out either. So that's basically like what it's based on, you know? Rizzo just beat a shallow dip after 32 hours. Whew. Impressive. That's like, you know, the map came out, what, about 48 hours ago? That's a big grind. 16 hours on both days. Wouldn't the gear be, with the biggest leeway before gear change would be the safest? In some way, yes. So, like, just in a vacuum, yeah. So, if you have gear 3, that's 160 speed, right? So, gear 3 you can keep when you go... Well, on ice it's different, but like on other surfaces, for example, you can go down to like 140 speed, and then below that you might drop gear 3, maybe 120 speed or 130 speed, kind of depends, I suppose. But and then when you go to like 220 speed, then you risk getting 4th gear. So in some sense you can say that, okay, well that's only like an 80 speed gap, right? It doesn't really... I'm being a little bit reductive, but, you know, more or less how it is. And then when you look at 4th gear, it's like, okay, well, you get the 4th gear, like, it happens without any, like, drifting, happens at 235 speed. It can happen a bit earlier if you're doing, like, a small speed slide. You can kind of force gears to happen earlier, and on ice they can also happen at different speeds, kind of depending on what your ice slide is like at the moment. Anyway, not so important. It's complicated. So you could say like, okay, well, you can keep 4th gear at 190 speed, and you can also keep 4th gear all the way up to like 320, 330 speed, right? So that's like 140 speed gap instead of the 80 speed gap that, or like, you know, range that the 3rd gear has. But it doesn't really work like that on like real maps, because it's really going to be about how the map is built. You can absolutely build completely safe maps on 3rd gear as well on ice. Like saying that one gear is safer than the other is basically just saying that people can't build maps. Like, it's kind of strange, in a sense. Like, it makes sense on paper, but in reality, Trackmania is always about, like, how the maps are built. Gear 2 ice event happening tomorrow. Gear 2 ice is pretty cursed, I will say that. Because you have to make it so compact and active to not get too much speed. So it's kind of strange. Elcon's personal best, somewhere on floor 13 after the shortcut. What about gear 5 ice? So the faster you go, the less control you have with ice slides. If you have like 600 speed, you essentially can't ice slide anymore. Like you will go sideways and it sounds like an ice slide, but it will not change your line at all. So you're just kind of spinning forwards or sliding forwards. So Gear 5 ice, like you can technically build it, but most players don't really like it because of the lack of control you have. It's better than it was in the previous ice patches, I guess. But yeah, generally speaking, lower speed fits ice a little bit better. Cruise control ice is very cursed because you can't do releases. So you're kind of, when you commit to an ice slide, you are committing to the ice slide. You cannot really exit it very easily. Well, let's see then. We can show the shortcut on floor 13 in just a moment. Hopefully Elcon is on the computer. It's been a good 30-40 minutes of waiting now. No one has ever done the, like, proper way on floor 13, but the shortcut is probably intended. Basically, it's like a pathfinding floor with multiple different paths you can do. Virtual also waiting. Alright. So the best outcome for this is floor 8. Mada could do pretty well, and Mada might go for the plastic ice wall too. Okay. Are we going? Elcon might be AFK, so we might just hope that the car somehow lands. Oh no, Elcon is there. Pressing buttons. There we go. Air braking, counter steering, it goes. Maybe murders a couple people, but Elcon does land it. Yeah, sorry guys. They were really just, you know, looking at the block, having a good time, and suddenly a car drops down. Elcon with style points. Well, that's how it's gonna be, you know? Sometimes the dip takes a couple lives. That's how it is. We go back. Floor 8. Might there be other intended shortcuts on 13 that nobody found yet? Absolutely, yes. I think it's almost likely at this point. So what Plaxity said at one point, and whether we should believe him or not, I guess that's, you know... it's up to you. But what Plaxity said at one point is that after 13 was cleared, the comment was that Plaxity knew how people would play the map, and it was 99.9% correct. Like, that was the sort of prediction that Plaxity had. Meaning that we played the floor basically in the sense that was expected. So that tells to me that the first shortcut is already intended, and there might be some other harder to find shortcuts that we haven't found that we weren't expected to find either. That's kind of my current read, but who knows, really. Let's check in on the turtle here, and then we can check it out. And show the shortcut. Can show the entire route on floor 13 right now. I heard about some new voice line in the beginning of the map, telling that we have to do the the wall ride thing. Somebody better do Plex's wall ride, or I won't be back for Deep Div 3. XDD. Alright. Well. Elcon. Through floor 8, no issue. So. Quick look. Floor 13 starts here. You jump from here to this landing, and then you go around, land on the ring, into the plastic, jump around here, take speed, jump on the platform, spin around, land on the turbo, and you chain this whole thing and jump over here. Turbo, jump around here, and then there's this plastic loop. Yep. Now, Hazard has recently had the idea of actually taking speed from here and going to this final quarter pipe, jumping around, and then doing the jump through the window. Tried it once. It was close, landed on this blue line here below the light. Didn't quite work, and I'm not really sure. Like, it looked really clean, so I'm not sure if it's going to work. Maybe it can, but looked pretty good, the attempt. Well, you spin around the bobsleigh, and on the 5th circle or so, you jump through, land in the water, then jump around here, around here, around here, onto the platform, onto the wood, downhill, jump up, and now this is the highest point, and this we know Elcon has reached. From here, it seems like the intended way goes to the window, onto the beam, into this jump, and now you do a plastic wall hug that turns into a plastic wall ride. You bounce at the bottom with this plastic, and then you go onto the ice, you slide up the ice all the way to this quarter pipe. And you go around here, use these plastic ledges to go down, and continue there. But what was found by the players very quickly, meaning that no one ever even tried this, they drop down here, and jump through here. And now you're in the same place, basically. Now you take the turbos, jump up. Then there's the plastic bounce at the bottom. Go to the half pipe here, land upside down on this plastic. Bounce upside down here into the pool. Wet wheel, plastic beam, go through, into the hole, into the wall ride, all the way around the wall ride. Land here, jump through here, and now you notice we are on this quarter pipe again. And if you could do this skip before the bobsleigh, that would save like an unbelievable amount of time, right? And it would be, you know, so much better because there's a lot of failable stuff on this floor. You jump through the window and into this pool and then onto the ice and go here. So, like, if you could do that skip, that would be huge. But it's not so great. That's basically floor 13 right now. Not too many other ideas, I guess. Nothing like as promising at least. Oh, thank you, Hovin. Yeah, I can check that out. Can you show the place the wall triggers outside it, then describe what exactly failed? In a moment. We can check in on Elcon's run right now. J-Farbs as well, in a moment. Well, here you see it, Samovar. It's right in the beginning. Don't be sorry. We might be missing a lot in the entire floor, honestly. Honestly, when it comes to floor 13, we've been spending probably hours at this point looking through every possibility and checking the shortcut chances and, you know, things that might be intentional. Oh, Elcon very far to the side. Oh, that's gonna miss. Floor 8 again. No, this time it misses. Floor 7. Oh, on the plastic. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Turtles on floor 6. It's kind of rough. Kind of rough. Unusual mistake, but... Well, Elcon can climb back. Lars has been doing pretty nicely too. Floor 7 still. And we're seeing players get much more comfortable doing new tricks again. Anything interesting found on the training maps? Nothing really that has resulted in new strategies. There was a floor 8 practice floor released today, not too long ago. And that's gonna help a bunch of players who are only trying to clear like floor 9, for example. Or 8. Can I not? Thank you. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Maybe this plugin is actually not working. Would that be the case? Am I still in window? No, I'm not in window borderless. Okay, so I guess it works. Oh well. Turbo tunnel, Lars sideways line, very clean this time. Like a good line through the bounds as well, so floor 8 could be there. They're feeling it out, JFarbs. There's no release schedule for the practice floor, so... Oh, was there a brake hold during the ice turbo thing? I didn't actually catch that. I need to pay attention. Lars will land the recovery. Back to the beginning. Back to the beginning of the floor. Furthest try right now is floor 14. I guess we can take a look. Well, let me do a quick... If you guys want to follow... Many probably are already watching both streams at once, but just for safety, a reminder. Lars streams pretty much everything as well. So, floor 14 starts over here, right? You go over the sand, jump through the hole, land here. Avoid the ice, you know, slipperiness. And that's as simple as this floor is ever going to be. Then it already gets pretty wild here. So you fall slightly into the hole and then you jump from the edge of the hole back up over the border here. That's kind of crazy already. But then it keeps getting weirder. Turbo against the wall. Basically makes it so that the turbo pushes you against the wall as soon as you touch the wall. And you will backflip on the wall, landing here. Then go around some normal jumps here. Take speed, land here, and then another turbo wall against the wall, and this ramp here pushes you up, and you jump into here with a backflip. Quarter pipe jump, pretty tricky one. Lars, Hazard, Bren have all made these parts, by the way. Jumping onto the beam, and then speed, the longest part here, jumping through these platforms, all the way around, and then turning the car sideways against this wall, and you again have the turbos here that push the car upwards, zooping it all the way here into the spool. Then over the sand here, lining up, press forward line from a specific spot around the fence, and the front wheels hit the platform first, which makes the car do another backflip. The fourth one, I suppose. And the car will go upside down, bounce on this plastic, go over here, bounce here, into the pool. All three players have done these parts as well. Then, this is the part that Lars has failed. Or was it the next? No, this was the one. So, if I remember right. So, going through here, jumping with the quarter pipe up on this ledge. Then you go around and you land front wheels first here, and once again the car will kind of bounce, just like on the previous sections, and the underside of the car will bounce on this beam, landing here. Hazard and Bren have cleared that section, but not further. The next sequence is landing on this road, landing on this platform, getting a clean line, good speed, jumping sideways over here, it seems. Maybe there's something else that we're missing, but that's the goal. So this is what players are still trying to do. Trying to clear this entire section. When you go here, then jumping up into the pool, turbos will again push you upwards. And then you take speed from here, it seems, and land here, and wide line, jump over here, and this is floor 15. So 2 sections remain on floor 14. So, you know. That hopefully clears up what's going on. Elcon, floor 13 still, somewhere past the shortcut. We don't know where because the run wasn't done on the server or on stream, but we know that Elcon has reached the height of the shortcut. 1487, that is the height of the shortcut on floor 13. And that is the highest point. And yeah, Hazard also on the server. Did get a pretty nice run onto floor 13 earlier. You know that people can have similar names to each other, John, right? Like there's only so many letter combinations that you can do. Hazard has been looking pretty nice now, overall. Honestly, Elcon today as well. Overall, a couple times to floor 11 already on the session. Yeah, this is not the first session also for Hazard. Was playing earlier when we joined the server about 3 hours ago. Hazard was turtled on floor 13, so I think top players are afraid now to take a day off. Like any day can be last. I feel like no one expects the event to just be over, like, you know, in one day. I feel like everyone kind of feels that no one's gonna one-shot floor 16, so they will at least have one day once someone gets to floor 16 to still catch up. Probably multiple days as well. Like, you know, clearing that floor in one day is probably pretty wishful thinking. But I think you're completely right that we are approaching the point where a lot of these players who are like currently on floor 11 or 12 feel like they are running out of time to catch up, because it's not just that someone will, you know, finish the map like today. That's probably not what anyone's thinking, right? We might reach floor 15 today, we might even get pretty far onto floor 15, but everyone kind of understands that it's still at least multiple days, no matter how much someone pops off, and no matter like how easy some tricks that seem to look harder actually might end up being. They could also be very hard, of course, but you know, they could also be easier. Many sections that we've had before have looked really hard and inconsistent and random, but then players get to them and then they're like 100% consistent one-shots. So it's possible that some things on floor 16 are like that as well. So, but I think that at this point, the players know more about their own pace also. So they understand that, okay, if my personal best is on floor 12, I'm lacking like 20 hours of playtime to actually catch up to these guys who are now starting to get closer to floor 15. So then you kind of start putting one and one together, and you feel like, wait, hold on, I need to actually play more than these guys. So if Bren and Hazard are playing 10 hours a day, I need to play like 15 hours a day to actually be able to catch up. And that's kind of like when it gets to the final push, right? Where you kind of feel, okay, the only way I can make this work is if I play more than anyone else. And then, you know, the top guys are also like, okay, well, I need to push now because others are pretty close. Like, Lars is very close to Bren and Hazard as well. So, yeah, and I did hear earlier as well that Bren said he was gonna start ramping up the playtime now. So now that if Bren is gonna do like 10-hour sessions again to try to go for the win, then everyone else needs to also do that. Same thing, right? So I do think that we are approaching the final push, for sure. Floor 11 took most days to clear? Yeah, I think so. I think it was the longest one. Elcon with the turtle. Immediate reset. Still happens occasionally. Still happens. Just one of those things that will never go away, no matter how much you play this map. You see players crumbling under the grind and not playing their A-game anymore. I could have... Like, I think it has already kind of happened, to an extent. Everyone's having, like, you know, better days sometimes and worse days sometimes. Bren has had the best consistency so far, but you know, also maybe like not really able to improve the personal best every single day, which honestly like would be kind of incredible if it was possible. So Bren has had like incredible consistency overall. But I think some other players have had some like struggles. Like Lars had a couple days when Lars's personal best was on like floor 11, I think. Lars was kind of struggling on the like floor 7, 6, 7, 8 range. So I do think that many players have had these phases where they are kind of not making progress and they're not feeling like they can get those runs going. But I think that now the motivation will kind of go up as well, because we are approaching like the final point. So we'll see. Virtual has gotten to floor 13. Guys, be jealous. I just joined the stream and have ads. I have pre-roll ads. If you join the stream and never leave, then you shouldn't get any more ads though. You can't disable pre-roll ads. You can, but then you need to have mid-roll ads, which I think are more invasive. Because they happen all the time. Virtual is doing really well right now. Bren, for some reason, has only good and excellent days. True, yes. But when we're approaching the final push, it doesn't really matter what the previous days have been about. Because at the end of the day, even though Bren has been super consistent, Hazard and Lars have caught up, right? They're both up there. So, whatever the consistency is, it doesn't seem to have really mattered. Because now we're going for the win, right? And you only need to finish one run. Bren only good on days that end in Y. True. Do you think Bren has an advantage playing on different time zone than others? I don't think so, no. I mean, okay, well, there's one thing to it, which is that Bren can like catch up with others, I guess, in a more efficient way than others, because you know there's gonna be clips and VODs to check in some sense, but it still takes time, right? Like if you're only active around this time, then you're gonna be playing as everyone else is playing. But I don't think it's really like a huge thing. Like you can check everyone's VODs like a day after the launch happened, right? So it's not really a big deal. Hey Maltus, how did those go? Bet you're 100 hours watching time by now. It's good. You can join us in the Deep 2 Historian Club. Hazard. Getting through the plastic pounds on floor 5 right now. Pretty much everything here is more or less standardized. There's like a couple options for you in terms of strategies, but like mostly, even Elcon, who was doing some weirder strategies, is kind of now like using standard strats. Nothing too wild anymore. Really, the grass uphill has like 4 different strategies still that you can choose from, but I feel like everyone has figured out their own comfort zone. They know what they want to do, and they, you know, try to get those runs going with the same strats. Hazard is streaming, by the way, in case you didn't know. Oh, a little bit of a shaky line. We saw Elcon fail this specific landing earlier too. It seems to be one of the trickier ones right now. Hi Plexity. Got 2 full maps done while watching this on the side. That's pretty good. Do people's PB get updated even if they get it not on the server? Consequently, if anyone has been playing offline but with the mandatory plugin turned on, we would know. Yes, but it's not a mandatory plugin. Like, if someone plays in solo, off stream, with the plugin, then it will update their personal best on the leaderboard. But if they don't do it, which they don't have to, then we wouldn't ever know. Oh yeah, what was the voice line? Let me check this. There's a new voice line, apparently.
PB. Back to world record. I mean, not really PB.
Someone better do Plax's wall ride, or I'm not coming back for Deep Dip 3.
I'm not gonna do the Plax wall ride.
Well, Bren ready with the answer there. Whoops. Hold on. Oh god. I feel like I clicked something weird. I don't know what it was. Whatever. What wall ride is that? So, in the very beginning, when we reached floor 13, and we got a little bit of progress there, we got all the way up to this point. And from this point, it seems like you need to go to the window, onto the beam, in here, jump through, and here's the wall ride. You wall hug the plastic first, keeping your speed, and then slowly you turn into a wall ride, you bounce in the bottom, and then you go onto the ice and slide up and land here. This is the wall ride. But what happened when Bren got here first is that Bren accidentally, I guess, fell down here, and then we noticed, like, well, okay, I guess we just go here, and, well, you end up in the same place. Like, there's the quarter pipe, and you have to go down here anyway. It's nothing special. Okay. Oh, Elcon? Oh, this was... okay. Did the recovery. New to Trackmania, is Bren the best at the game in general, or just these kind of tracks? Well, Bren is the world champion. Also won Deep Deep 1. Was the first to finish that one, and now we're on Deep Deep 2, and Bren is, you know, looking extremely strong. But there are many different parts of Trackmania as well. So, you know, like, it really depends what you play. You can have, like, full speed style, you can have ice style, you can have wet wood style, and, like, these are very specific mechanics and maps that people build, tournaments that people play, that, you know, have their own, like, masters. So, on, like, the traditional competitive scene, yes, Bren, currently world champion, extremely good player. And on Deep Deep as well. But, you know, depends kind of what you look at, what kind of style you look at. Because if you throw Bren into, like, a full-speed competition, there's gonna be someone else who, you know, dominates that. So, Trackmania is just a very sort of diverse game with so many different things to do. Bren's skill set does match this kind of a map really, really well, though. Elcon is really good at wet wood, and also full speed, and also ice. Elcon has actually very few weak spots. Very, like, general skill set. I've seen Bren's chat. I think some people there are better in Trackmania. Oh, sure. Yes. Twitch chat is actually the best player. World champion. Hi Vero. Can you teach me something new? What do you want to know? Did you know that you can get an ice gear down? No, sorry, ice gear up on 300 speed mid-air from 4th to 5th? Does that help? Is that new? On ice in air, yes. So, ice slide into airtime at 300 speed, and you get the 5th gear, which usually happens 40 speed higher. Actually didn't know that. Yeah, me neither. And I cried when I found out. And I didn't fix it, because I had no idea how. So, that's, yeah. Anyway. Oh, you hadn't seen the 15k donation, Plexity? There was a 15k Australian dollar donation to the Mapper crowdfunding thing. Super deserved. Map has been quite incredible. Oh, Elcon with the inverted steering, but knows the backup here. Teach me who owns copyright to the map if you make it. Ubisoft. You own nothing, basically. That's how it works. How much is that in euro dollar? I am not sure. It's not, you know, it's still more than 10k, I think. USD. I'm not 100% what the exchange rate is. Gears in this game are automatic. They happen at specific speeds, but they are a little bit RPM dependent. So that means that when you drift, the car's RPM goes a little bit higher. You can hear like the higher tone in the car as well. And you can force gears to happen at slightly lower speeds than the ones that are generally like the set speeds. Ashelia, thank you so much for the prime. Which of your campaigns would you recommend playing? I really only have the one. The SB Villa campaign 23. You can get it on like 2.7 speed on landing. Yeah, on landing I guess it can be pretty weird too. But that one specifically happened mid-air, which should never happen. Someone wanted to donate to prize pool. Asked Brent today. Is that player prize pool is high enough? Donate to mappers and link. I don't know if that's the same, but super cool. Yeah, that might have been what sparked it. Yeah, definitely doable. 9.16k euro. Gotcha. Okay, it's pretty much like 10k. Yeah. God damn.
Let's go.
You're fine, Vero. Take it. What is inverted steering? It happens when you drive backwards. So when you switch from forwards to backwards driving, oftentimes you will still have the forwards gear. There is a difference between having a forwards gear, of which there are 5, and backwards gear, of which there is only 1. So there's some things you can do only when you have backwards gear, like get small drifts and gain some speed when backwards. But when you transition from forwards driving to backwards driving, usually you still keep the forwards gear. And when you keep that, and you start steering in the backwards part, sometimes it results in inverted steering because of the Trackmania things. So when you try to steer to the left, it turns to the right. New to Trackmania, who organizes Deep Dip, who makes the maps? There's a group of about 20 people who have built the floors, created the plugin that tracks the height and everything else related to this. Host the servers and everything else. I didn't make any floor, didn't try to build anything. I was kind of occupied at the time when the mapping competition was going on. No, yeah, of course, Vero. Like, look. Your most popular map will probably not be the map you put most effort in. In general, like, just in general in creative work, it's going to be like this. A lot of the time, at least. Kind of depends, I suppose. What's your favorite map you have made? Mine is probably my recent NASCAR type map called Thunder. Very fast map. Kind of experimental. I'm very happy with that one. Elcon into the turtling. No, just the flip timing, no issue. Hazard and Lars also climbing, and Hugo. Hugo has also reached floor 9. I will see how Deep Dip 3 would work, I guess. Like, who knows if there's gonna be a mapping competition or anything for it, right? If it even really happens. Oh, Elcon, very close landing. The worst possible camera angle, but... Still going for the safe way here. But, you know, can't really blame him. Elcon might not know about the shortcut, though, considering the kind of risk Elcon is taking on, like, floor 11 still. Mapper should absolutely be proud of what they've built, not just the map, but for the Trackmania community and showing this game to a new audience. Absolutely, yeah. Like, it's been kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, for sure. It's been like a huge thing for like the entire streamer ecosystem as well. Attracting like a big variety of streamers to the shallow dip version as well. That's really cool. Clean landing. Elcon no longer doing the upside down landing on this part. We get to the blep room. Oh, you just noticed this well side? Pretty good. Elcon is going through this turtle really quickly, honestly. That's super good. Floor 7 for Lars and Hazard. Looking decent right now. And makes it to floor 9 again. There we are. Yeah, the turtle is always like... You have to keep such clean control, really. Oh, that's awesome, Kochiko. Yeah, it's been huge. It's been huge. From a personal standpoint, obviously, as well. I'm also throwing most of my Twitch revenue into the mapper pool after this whole thing is over. Because it's literally just, you know, being this map. I don't run ads or anything, but, you know, not really about the money for me. Though I do very much appreciate the support. But the organizers of the event really deserve all of that. Direct line here. Needs to land on the turbo. Here we go. Would console players have a chance here? Well, the issue for console players is that you can't use, for example, the plugins or anything. So, suppose in some sense, like, you can play the map, you can play on the, like, solo version. Like, you can't play on this server because it's a dedicated server. You can only play on the Nadio rooms. So, you can play the map in solo, and technically, yeah, you could, like, grind it and finish it. But, you know, it's gonna be tough times, I suppose. It's not really, we wouldn't ever, like, see... those players. Look where Matt is. Okay, let's see. Elcon doing this line here. Where is Matt? Matt is fine. Maybe flipped already or something. I'll survive 16-hour naps. I will live. Don't worry about it. Do players use keyboard or controller? It depends. Elcon here is using keyboard, for example. Lars is using controller. Hazard also uses keyboard. Oh, Elcon? That's an unusual mistake. You can do a risky save here or a safe save. It looks like Elcon will go for the safer save, just doing the half of the floor again. So, the other option you have there is to take speed from this ramp and jump back here. It's possible, but it's very wonky. It's not very easy. No, Elcon is playing on normal keyboard. The reason why you might think that is from the inputs here, but we are spectating the players, which means that the inputs are not accurate. They're only estimations, so for the player they show a little bit more accurately. Back again. Final jump. Water pipe up. Needs to be really clean with that line, and it's actually a surprisingly clean angle there. It's kind of crazy how landing upside down was a huge issue in the beginning, but now it's like nothing. We almost never see that happening anymore. So we're on floor 10 again. Here we go. Back to the dirt with the icy wheels. Do you think the last run has to be streamed in its entirety rule makes sense? I mean, we trust the players not to cheat in so many ways already. So, from what I know, it is required by the platform that is used to organize the competition, which is the Matcherino website. So the reason why it exists is because of that rule that they have on the platform. So it's not like a Trackmania specific rule from what I understand. It's just something that the Matcherino needs probably for like legal reasons, like verification reasons. And also, yeah, of course, like for us it's beneficial when we can actually see the final run live, yeah. Good evening, Herco. Well, dirt wheels, zoop up, sliding across the snow, not quite working. Elcon needs to slide across again and makes it work really nicely. Really good reaction there. Kind of strange how that didn't work. Maybe just a slight delay in the isolate inputs there, or just slightly wrong angle and kind of losing the grip there. Lands into the pool this time. I jumped a little bit off not too long ago, but now into the ice spin. A lot of speed. Very late jump, but that works just fine. I do play Trackmania occasionally, yes. More of this game, I suppose. There we go. Any good attempts in the past 2 or 3 hours? Not too much. Yes, you can, Black Fox. Landing in. And now the half pipes. Very much like a center line here, but the turnaround still works. Very clean, and now onto the plastic. Looks pretty good. A little bit on the left side, but we'll be able to save it. A couple wiggles to increase the speed, and very much on the edge of the plastic, but does work. Oh, Elcon, be careful now. Careful, careful. Well, all of that works. And we go back to floor 11. This one, Elcon has been to a couple times today. It goes for the sideways landing. That looks pretty controlled at the very least, so fine. Fine, do what you want. And landing here. There we go. Hazard also on floor 9 right now. Making some good progress. Elcon into the pool, no problem. Oh, Hazard actually... Oh, hold on, no. That was not progress at all. Maybe turtled? Yeah, okay. Well... Happens. Elcon to the big jump. Has made this 3 times today, I believe. Lands in, and now to the left. Very far to the left, actually, but it works really nicely for Elcon. Great control. Then into the wall, into the plastic, looks clean enough, and lands the water. We go again. Again to this final part of floor 11. Honestly, these seem to be a little bit harder than the last 2 parts for Elcon. What is an educational cast? It's basically a cast where we try to explain as much as what's happening about the mechanics of the game, techniques that players are using, different strategies that are using, why certain things are difficult, and then the general like progression of the event. Spin strategy there. Hazard. Getting through. First time, and now everyone else using that strategy as well. It's working pretty nicely. Elcon, no issue with the next 2 parts. This one, Elcon was a little bit too slow on once. So now, needs to keep the speed under 160, but as close to it as possible. That looks pretty good, 157, yeah. The reason why you need to keep the speed below the 160 is because you get the 3rd gear if you go too fast. And when you get the 3rd gear, you risk dropping it And when you drop the gear, you will get a slowdown. So keeping the second gear ensures that you are not getting the slowdown, basically. Elcon, clean through the first part of floor 12 as well. Lining up a little bit further back than others here. So taking a little bit more speed initially, but doing a tiny release as well. This time makes it through as well. And lands, uses the moving block in the ceiling to act as a visual cue. Now, avoiding airtime, going heavily down, very clean line. Oh, but hits the wall, that shouldn't be a problem. We'll land back to the beginning of floor 12, so there's a lot of recovery ways on this floor. Here, this wall seems to be entirely there, just so you can drop down to the beginning part. And now Elcon, if this is going to be the usual save, we'll just take this ramp straight forward into the pool. I don't know if Elcon has done this before, but that's usually the save. Same thing, if you mess something up here, you can just jump into the pool. So there's a lot of recoveries. A lot of different ways to save your run if you make a mistake. Here as well, if you clip this ramp, you can take this turbo, land here. That was discovered by Bren. So you know you can do a lot of recoveries on this floor. It's so much better to save yourself in than floor 11, for example. This is probably the furthest we've seen Elcon on the server. Elcon hasn't been streaming for a while either, so this could be yeah, the best like broadcasted run, I suppose. Well, we'll check in with Elcon. Well, apparently right now. Yeah, it seems. Well, no, actually, hold on. Oh. Turtle, savable. The car is active. Okay, so Elcon maybe hasn't seen others do that pool save, but knows probably about this pool save. Fortunately, gets that landing. And now, jumping to the pool, no problem. There we go. We go again. A little bit slow here. Oh, that's not gonna be enough, is it? Maybe the ring save on 11? Oh, it's a little bit of a struggle. I'm surprised Elcon committed to that line, but maybe hasn't cleared this floor that many times. Will? Turtle here. Trying to find something to flip the car on. I guess it's gonna be maybe the trees. Well, no rush here. No, so just keep the car going. Going white, flipping the car, and we're back to floor 8. Alright, something. So about 190 speed is looking to be enough for that section. Oh, Elcon. Oh no. Oh god. Well, that's a fall. Not quite the line there, but Matt is doing pretty nicely too. Floor 9 right now. Might be close to personal best actually. I don't think this is quite it yet. It's probably the next jump. Or the next jump has still been cleared, probably. Or maybe failed the next jump, that's possible.
Discombobulation.
Uh-huh. So there we are. Jump up. And it will land. So this should be the personal best height. the 10, 20. So it's probably gonna be the next jump. Has reached this point before. Now just needs to figure out how exactly to do this part. Goes in. A very wide line is needed. Oh, trying it out. Not quite working. Another attempt, and now we go. Is it a little bit to the edge? No, it works. And Matt gets the landing. Nicely done. New personal best. Not super far from the end of floor 9, no. So now a little bit of discovery for the next section. Doing pretty nicely. Close to the ice floor. So what's left? Landing onto the turbo. Jumping over here and then into this quarter pipe. Then you go around the ring here. Or the hole. And then you jump up. And then the final quarter pipe part. Plastic punch, quarter pipe. Jumping through over here. And then the final ramps. And that's floor 9 done. Close ideas. Want to ask about playing on keyboard? Can you change steering sensitivity, or it's only this option only available on controllers? What's what you prefer to use? With keyboard, it's always going to be either on or off, which means that when you press left or right, it's going to be either steering or not steering. But Nadio has added to this game a couple years ago now something called action keys, which essentially means that you can limit your maximum steering on keyboard with like a toggle button. So, for example, action key 1 limits your steering to 20%. So then when you hold right while you have action key 1 activated, you can only steer at 20% sort of strength. And then you can change it to 40%, 60%, or 80%, or 100%. So those are the options, and they can be pretty useful sometimes. But a lot of the time, you know, like on this map, for example, not super necessary. If you are like completely fine with both controller and keyboard, at the moment in Trackmania overall, even though it's not like a change, like a game changer here, like, you know, Hazard is a keyboard player, Elcon is a keyboard player, there's a lot of really good keyboard players, like Simo for example as well. Then there's some players who play with wheel, some players who play with controller. So it doesn't really make a difference on this map, but in some styles, especially with like some campaign maps for example, controller is going to have a slight advantage. So if you don't personally care, if you don't have like a preference with keyboard or controller, if you do, like if you usually use keyboard, then you can use keyboard as well. I'm a keyboard player, a lot of these players are keyboard players. You can play a lot of stuff on like a pro level with keyboard, but some things arguably are controller favored because you need to do some smooth steering and such. Even wheel can be like favored in some specific things. Matt testing out the line. Great car skin. Here we go. Should be enough speed. Landing the turbo. Jumping through. Landing. And there we go. Another personal best. Now for the tricky section. If Matt is watching Hazard's VODs, that might mean that Matt will go for the high jump line. But if if Matt is watching literally anyone else, then it's gonna be the low jump line. We will see. It's gonna be the Hazard line. So the thing is that pretty much everyone else except Hazard has switched the strategy to the low jump line. This is the high jump line. And it's a little bit shakier sometimes. Because as you have the wood grip, the wooden wall over here, you need to jump like across this wooden wall. And it can be a little bit weird. Sometimes you kind of land here and you crash it and you fall down. Or you just have more trouble getting good speed. But yeah. You can switch action keys as much as you want. On one of the campaign maps this season... Okay, let's watch Matt try this one first. Okay, on one of the campaign maps, map 3 this season, I actually did one turn by like spamming action key 2 and 3, so I would get, instead of 40 or 60% steering, I would get roughly like 50% steering. So you can do whatever you want. That was terrible, and I hope I don't need to do it again. But it kind of worked. Just play controller, probably. Honestly. Action keys get kind of weird sometimes if you want to do some smooth steering. Matt, going for the high jump. Seems to land. It lands very late though. It's not quite enough speed. Still going for it, but yeah, it's gonna land. And missing the quarter pipe too. Bouncing around, hopefully into the pool. But no. Misses the ledge. And it's all the way down to floor 5. This happened before. It's not unusual. It's something, you know, you need to kind of test it out. You need to get used to what the speed requirement there is and what the line has to be and everything else. I haven't played the easy version, the shallow dip version. Okay. Keyboard can be favored as well, since you can quick tap to turn very quickly. Yeah, but it's not like competitively it doesn't make a difference on almost anything. Like I have a hard time coming up with anything that would require it. Ice used to be actually keyboard favored, because Ice Light starts would benefit from those like quick digital inputs, but not anymore. Since the ice patches, it's not the case anymore. Like there are some things that you can do with controller but not on keyboard, and not really the other way around. Third, bobsleigh landing. Still going for... No, going for the shortcut now as well. Jumping in. Lands it. No issue. A lot of players are starting to do this shortcut jump. Doesn't seem that difficult for them. There we are, back to the upside down driving, so that you can flip the car back the right way at the end of the sequence. Waiting for the timing. Flip works great. The climb a little bit stuck, but should be fine. Like, you'll be fine. If you have 2 wheels, even 1 wheel in this situation on top of the platform, you will be able to climb back up. Need to, you know, kind of make it work, yeah. Yeah, that also could be true, Viro. Like, maybe wheel is like a good option right now, but really, I don't think wheel has like a huge advantage in like the traditional competitive scene at all, because I don't ever see like rally cars, no car getting there. The normal way is jumping to the right from the quarter pipe. I can show it in a moment. Basically, it's fairly simple, the stuff you're doing there. So, here's the quarter pipe, you jump here, you do the tunnels, You go around here, you do this tunnel, and you end in the same platform. So you're skipping all of this, which is honestly like pretty trivial stuff for these players. Yeah, I think the messages like that have always been there, most of them anyway. Not all of them. Some floor 13 things have not been there. But the reason is that they updated the plugin so that we can also see them in Spectator. So that's why we haven't seen them here. Hazard. Onwards to floor 9. Jumping through. Landing in. So back we go. Elcon also climbing pretty fast. Back to floor 7 now. These are our 3 players right now that we want to see get to those higher floors. Hazard's personal best, floor 14. Lars's personal best, 1 section behind Hazard on floor 14. And Elcon is somewhere on floor 13. Past the shortcut, most likely. Straight line. Air brake timing, really important. So you want to air brake as the front wheels are a little bit lower than the back wheels, it seems. That seems to give the best possible landing. The air brake stops the rotation of the car there. So it will not do like a full front flip. But instead, you know, just freezes in the air in a way. Closer to floor 10. Maybe getting a run up and running here. Floor 13 still a little dicey. There's difficult stuff in there for sure. A lot has become more consistent, like the plastic bounce there, but still not easy at all. Is air brake the same as reverse button? Yes. Really only 4 buttons in the game apart from action keys. And I suppose the horn button and whatever. Left, right, forward, back. So if here, for example, after the plastic bounce, you can see the brake button here. Right there. So that freezes the rotation of the car. Here probably as well. No, well, no need. Floor 13 is easy. Okay, Complexity. Thanks for the input. Hazard is a keyboard player, yes. Lag's not even trolling. Okay, thanks for the input entry lag as well. Back to floor 10 then. Is there some way to force the reverse camera to happen quicker? There is a look backwards button. And I guess that can be like a toggle way to look backwards. I actually don't even have it bound myself, so I'm not 100% how it functions. But when you start driving backwards, the way you get the camera to rotate faster is by doing a small sideways input. So if you only press backwards, the camera will turn significantly slower than if you also do like a small side input. You don't need to actually like turn anywhere, you just need to press left or right. Like one time. Elcon is on floor 13, so not quite yet catching up to the others, but getting there. Hazard, having to redo this a couple times, has sometimes gone for just a turnaround on the ice here, but it looks pretty sketchy. Oh, but this looks even sketchier. Gets it once, but not again. Floor 6. Turtle seems alive. Will flip the car, so it's something, but needs to go back. Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Back to Elcon. Floor 8 coming in. It is difficult to save that though, because you are going... Oh, Elcon also needs to save this to the pool. It's surprisingly difficult sometimes to slow yourself down on like a steep plastic slope like this. So you hold brake, but the car is just not slowing. So Elcon does the good choice there to go a little bit more to the side. Oh, wood moment. Now what? How are the plastic bounces? Look pretty promising actually, yeah. So, okay, at the very least, recovery. Lars does make it. What do the different wheel types do? So, dirt wheels are the simplest. All they do is they accumulate very slowly when you drive on dirt. For example, on this dirt block that Lars is driving on now, you barely get maybe 10% dirt wheels at most. So they only do two things. One is that they allow you, when you're going from dirt to ice, and you turn immediately on the ice, they kind of like push the car sideways a little bit more. So you get like a small zoop in the direction that you're turning. This is how the dirt section in the middle... Oh, Lars saves it. Dirt section in the middle of floor 10 works, for example. Icy wheels... well, there's one more thing about dirt wheels, which is that they, when you have very high percentage dirt wheels, they make your brake taps stronger as well. Which is not usually something you need to care about, but if you're a mapper and you build a long dirt section into like a road drift section, then you need to care about it. Icy wheels have kind of like the similar effect on dirt. So if you have icy wheels and you turn into a dirt block, then you get like a much stronger sideways zoop, but it looks very similar to the dirt zoop. The dirt one is dirt wheels onto ice. It's kind of like similar, right? Nothing to do with icy wheels, it's just the dirt wheels. Wait, which part? The icy wheels too, like... So you mean the zoop only happens because of dirt? But the icy wheels still enable it in a different way. Because you have, like, more slippery wheels. Oh, Lars. Okay, yeah, fair enough, Viro. So, yeah, I believe that. So basically, meaning that the icy wheels make the car more slippery, which makes it so that when you go onto the dirt and you get dirt wheels at the same time as icy wheels, you get the zoop. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so yeah, okay. The dirt wall ride works the same way. Can you do the dirt wheel zoop if you have high percentage dirt wheels and you go into a wall ride that's like grass? Because I don't think that's possible. I actually tried this in the editor the other day. Like, you actually can't get the zoop with dirty wheels on like grass. I feel like there's some interaction that requires... Don't think it's possible, but not actually sure why. Yeah, okay, well... No one understands Trackmania in reality, honestly. That's kind of the takeaway, I guess. Oh, Elcon! Straight into Dead Turtle, that is so unfortunate. A little bit of a too hasty entry, perhaps. Nixon getting inverted steers. That is most unfortunate. Okay, well, alright, either way, when you go from ice to dirt, the icy wheels cause the slipperiness that you can sort of like get this very heavy sideways motion over dirt. That is like an ice-dirt specific trick still, even if it doesn't necessitate the ice wheels technically for the zoop, right? So functionally it's still, you know, like this. Icy wheels have a couple other things that they do. One is that usually when you have icy wheels, the car is always going to be much more slippery. Which means that drifting, for example, is very uncontrollable. So you usually just don't want to drift at all. If you're on, like, concrete surface. And one sort of less important thing is that icy wheels slightly increase the car's turn rate as well. So, yeah, that's mostly the icy wheels, I suppose. Oh, could be different, or I don't know. It's probably okay like this though. I don't see people confusing it too much. Okay, so then you have the wet wheels. So wet wheels are similar to icy wheels. But there's a couple specific things to them as well. One, wet wheels are more slippery, and they stay on for longer than icy wheels. So if you drive on concrete for a while, with icy wheels, like, you know, a few seconds, and then the icy wheels are gone. But wet wheels will last a lot longer. Like, I don't have a number off the top of my head, but generally you retain wet wheels for longer. So... That's one thing. And then here also, Matt is going to go on plastic. And on plastic, wet wheels never disappear. So this is why players are taking this so carefully. Because you have full wet wheels through this entire plastic part. And it makes it very slippery. Plastic with wet wheels, very slippery. And then dirt removes... wet wheels basically immediately. Sand as well. When you go on ice with wet wheels, that's also like a different thing, because you can have both simultaneously. You can have wet wheels and ice wheels at the same time. And this is, for example, how floor 3 is built, where you have the water block here. You land into the water block, you get wet wheels, then you go into the ice and you have ice wheels. And when you drive on plastic, which this is already plastic, this turbo block here, you retain the wet wheels, and the wet wheels retain the ice wheels, which means that as long as you stay on plastic, or ice, you're going to keep wet icy wheels. And that kind of makes this surface act similarly to ice. So that's why floor 3 is so weird compared to other plastic sections we have on the map. Because you kind of have like ice physics with the wet icy wheels. That's like most of it. Oh, Matt. Unfortunately. In the worst possible place. But it's gonna be, I suppose... Well, kinda everyone trying to get their runs going again. Wet wheels don't really change anything on ice alone. Like, whether you have wet wheels on ice or not, doesn't really change how you play ice. Are ice and plastic surfaces newly introduced in TN 2020? Or was it originally in the previous titles? Well, there were some ice blocks in like the very original Trackmania game on snow, but it worked in a different way. So yeah, in the way that it works in this game, that is completely new. Plastic also a new surface in this game. Water is also like very specific to this game, even though the older games also have water. Like it just works in different ways, in the sense that it can flip the car and stuff like this. Can you explain the deal with inverted steering? Is there anything else to it than people confusing inputs? Heard Snowcar, for example, has weird behavior. So it's pretty much never people confusing inputs. They are never just accidentally pressing the wrong button. At least, like, you know, the top players definitely never are doing that. It is entirely because you drive forwards and you have forwards gear. There's also backwards gear when you start driving backwards from like 0 speed, then you get backwards gear. But as soon as you drive forwards, you will have forwards gear. And for example, on floor 6, you flip onto this backwards loop, and then you're on backwards. But the thing about this game is that you don't switch to backwards gear just because the car is going backwards. As you retain the speed from the forwards part, you will also have forwards gear when you go into the backwards part. And sometimes, depending on when you start pressing backwards, the game, I guess, doesn't really know if you're braking or going backwards or whatever you're doing. So then, sometimes you try to steer left and the car goes to the right. Sometimes you try to steer left, you notice the car is going to the right, and then you steer right, and then the car still goes right. So you literally can't even turn to the other direction for a while. So, like, sometimes it just happens. Usually there's a way to prevent it by starting to press backwards at a specific point. But yeah, it's weird. No, yeah, everyone's confused. Can you explain gears in detail? Gear streamers talking about slowdowns, bad gears, etc. So generally speaking, like a good gear shift, essentially just requires that you're not drifting. So when you're drifting and you get a gear shift, so when you're, for example, turning on like dirt or grass or plastic and you get a gear shift, usually that's going to end up being like a bad gear shift, which means that you will get a slowdown as you get that gear. So to get like a good gear, you need to straighten the car, exit any drifts, and then you get the gear, and then you can steer, you can drift again. So when the car is going like straight outside of drifts, you can get good gears. When you're drifting, you can get bad gears. And then there's like very complex things about ice that I kind of was going over before, but it's hard to get into it without showing them in detail. But generally on ice, you know, if you get a gear shift during an ice slide, then you will also exit that ice slide, and it's very bad. You will kind of slide out of the ice slide, and it's, yeah, very terrible. Sometimes gears can be bad because you simply drop them immediately. So, for example, there's a jump on floor 11 where you have to keep second gear, because if you get the third gear, you're going to drop it and you will get a slowdown. And you might even get a slowdown as you're getting it because it's uphill, I'm not 100% sure. It's just people starting to hold backwards in air instead of on landing. Yeah, like usually that's how it works. That's how I like figured it would work, because like I've built some forwards to backwards transitions, and usually like when the car is fully on ground, then you don't get inverted steering. But there's also the thing where you can kind of land, but the car like bounces the landing slightly, and you like slightly miss the backwards timing, and then you get the inverted steering anyway. And also there can be like still, I think, some exceptions to this, where it's a little bit different. I don't know, but yeah, generally speaking, yeah, if you land the car and you start, then you land the car while pressing forwards, and then you switch to the backwards as the car is touching the ground. Usually that will work, yeah. in my understanding, yeah. Sometimes it switches when you straighten out and stop sliding backwards. Huh. Yeah, that's cursed as well. Trackmania, yeah. How's the grind heaviest? Was the steer switch intended by the mapper, or is just unlucky? It's just something that happens. Lars actually getting to this right now, and we'll see how it goes. We can pay attention to the input here. So the forward-backward switch, that's what we want to pay attention to. So driving forwards, jumping, and holds forwards and backwards at the same time for a while. So keeps accelerating and then brakes simultaneously. And then once the car is like safely landed on the wall, you know, releases the forward button. And yeah, like, you know, you never have to care about this kind of stuff if you're... Well, you never need to care about any stuff if you're watching the game. But, you know, this is kind of the stuff that you don't realize can go wrong and how much the players really need to, like, care about this stuff. Crazy. Going well, started getting to floor 6 consistently yesterday after being stuck on floor 5 for a while. That's good. Floor 5, honestly, is already looking super rough. And it's kind of insane how people can get through it consistently now. And floor 6 also, like, a lot of precision stuff. Any good attempts in the last 1 hour? Some floor 11 stuff, but nothing really much further. Elcon did get to floor 12 some time ago, but not quite through it. Five is way more difficult than it looks, for sure, yeah. It already looks difficult, so... Hazard, just to save here. Still going for the fast strat. We see Lars, for example, line up against the wall, slide past the turbo sideways. But Hazard and Elcon at least still going for this fast strat. I guess they feel comfortable enough with it. Floor 6 is a lot easier for me. Almost cleared it today. Fell off on the quack part. Oh, that's really close, yeah. Do you think it's because it's like more traditional stuff? Like less weird, you know, wet wheel uphills and such? Plastic bounces and bobsleigh things, for sure, yeah. I think there's like a big thing where like the reason why floor 11 is kind of rough compared to what floor 12 was to many people was because like floor 11 has those weird shapes, right? The I forgot how to English. Unintuitive blocks, right? So like you don't really have intuition for how a gap like this works, right? Unconventional, yeah. So like, you know, you do this weird like uphill turn, right? And then you land on another weird uphill turn and then you land here. Like what is this block distance, right? This is like 1.5 blocks. Like all this kind of stuff is sort of very new. Like, you know, how much speed am I going to get when I land onto a block like this? You don't really have like an intuition for that, even if you've played like 10,000 hours of Trackmania. But then you get to floor 12 and it's like everything is on grid. Everything is placed on the like default positions in the editor. Nothing is weirdly rotated or anything. So you know like, okay, this drop down, fine. You know that this ramp and this platform combination works always the same way. And then you kind of like learn the rest by going through it. Like this kind of a jump, you know how the landing is gonna work when you get here because it's flat, you know? And this kind of a downhill, this block is used so much, right? Goddamn moving block. Photobombing. So, you know kind of how you can do like a diagonal line across this and keep the ground contact, but if it was like weirdly rotated in some strange like sideways thing, then you wouldn't have that intuition anymore. So I think that's like a big part of how this floor was cleared in just 2 days, because everything is sort of like more intuitive. shout out to the grid. Even my floor, with how it's goofy, everything is on grid. Besides the booster items, of course. It's kind of... yeah. It's kind of goofy, that's for sure. But it seems consistent. We'll see how the final part works. I don't expect you to give much information. But so far the turbos feel like they are the least of the problems there. Like, I'm actually not sure how the ceiling turbos in the last part work. I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, are you supposed to avoid them, or are they gonna help you get up to the pool? Not sure. Floor 12 also has great visual cues. For sure, yeah. By the way, it's C-U-E, usually. just for info. A lot of people write it like Q, you know. Many people, even. My grammar, terrible. Did anyone make new progress today? Not really, but Lars has caught up to the others. Since Brennan Hazard got to the second last trick on floor 14, Lars is now on the third last. What's the trick of going backwards over turbos? Played DP1 as my first Trackmania track and couldn't go backwards through the turbo. So it's speed dependent. So when you just like drive backwards, it's speed dependent. You need to have, if I remember correctly, you need to have more than 140 speed. So a little bit of like an initial amount of speed to get over like a yellow turbo. When you drive backwards over turbos, you will still lose a little bit of speed, but it's a very minimal amount. So generally speaking, it's just you need a little bit of initial speed, and then the turbo will not have enough power to push you back through. Is Elkhorn still grinding the map? I mean, yeah, there he is. You can also go like forwards over a turbo. But you need to drift over it. There's some like weird like wiggle drift way that I don't know how it works actually. I've seen, I think I saw Lars do it. Does anyone actually know how you do the like non-sideways drift thing? Like the forwards drift, the snake way. Oh, Hazard, okay, good bounces. Here we go. It's just hold forwards and backwards and left and right. Oh, really? I need to try it out. Don't forget to grab a drink. I probably should, yeah. Actually haven't in like 4 hours. Maybe I'll do it real quick. I'll be back in just 1 minute. Hydration time. Okay then. Back we go, Hazard. Now to the shortcut. So, you have this jump that Hazard is about to do. Where am I? Jumping all the way up there. Landing it. The usual way that people have been doing is going around here and doing these tunnels. So going around, jumping here, doing this tunnel. But now more and more people, at least like Virtual, Lars, and Hazard have been starting to do this shortcut as well. Doesn't seem super difficult for these guys. How come people drive seemingly normally when turtled on the turtle floor, but often dead turtle anywhere else when flipping or falling? So, two reasons. One is that these turtle parts are designed so that you can go, like, forwards, right? You can drive forwards, and usually the setup that you get will result in an active turtle, which means that the car is kind of like swinging from side to side. So turtling is based on the fact that the wheels get grip on the ground. If that stops happening, then you will not be able to move anymore. So a lot of the time when you land like randomly in a turtle, it's going to result in the car not having this swinging sort of sideways motion, the wheels are not touching the ground, and then the turtle is dead. So that's one thing. And then a lot of times when people land in a turtle, even if it's active, they might not really have like the space to turn, they might not have the space to actually keep the turtle going. Like, for example, it might require like a backwards turtle, which is something complete mystery to me. I don't really know how it works. But this, yeah, this swinging motion needs to happen. So the green block there is a reset block. It's only for visuals here. Usually it's used to reset some effect blocks. For example, Hazard falls into the pool. Well, that's a redo. So the reset block that we have here, I think is only... It's not resetting anything, it's just visually cool, I guess. So, this thing, if you have like a engine off block, which literally turns off the engine, and you can't accelerate anymore, as soon as you drive over a reset block, it gets reset. Or if you have like a no brakes block, which disables the brakes of the car, drive over reset, it's gone. Or like a no steering block, which disables steering, over reset, and you're good to go again. Does the waterguard clip not have a timestamp? It does have a timestamp. What's the problem? It will not remove wet wheels. The only way to get rid of wet wheels is by driving over dirt or sand or just wait. Icy wheels you can't remove in any way except for waiting. And the community has been begging for a block that gets rid of icy wheels immediately for years now. Oh sure, Floyd, yeah. It is from yesterday. I can add that eventually. Maybe we get a new record today. Let's hope. Magma block, yeah. Something like this. And then you get burning wheels, and they do something insane, you know? Reset does not remove icy wheels. Burning wheels on wood? So you AFK on a wooden block with burning wheels, and then your car just flips through it. This is the future of Trackmania, let's go. Sounds insane. Or maybe you need to drive into water, or your car gets like, I don't know, explodes. Okay, actually it doesn't sound very useful at all. Elcon trying to get those runs up still. Hazard 4-9. Should be a pretty recoverable floor if there are any mistakes, but Hazard has been very good through these next 2 floors recently. I think Trackmania needs a new car. You're in luck. Because since yesterday there's been a desert car here. Unless you mean already a new car. Or an actual new car and not a 20-year-old car. Technically you can get rid of icy wheels instantly by double respawning. Okay, thanks Wiania. That's not really... You know... I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Wrote BRB in his chat. Alright. I'm hearing very mixed takes on the desert car. Elcon starting a new run again. Matt trying to get back into floor 9, got a new personal best there not too long ago. Stuck on the... well, not really stuck, had 1 attempt, but you know. Currently personal best on the second last quarter pipe section, which is a very usual place to get stuck to. Landing here, that works. Yeah, I actually heard that, like, there was a track off today with the desert car, right? Yesterday. And, like, it had the, like, the metal, sort of mesh, sort of, you know, quarter pipes and stuff. And then some tunnels and things like this, I heard. But then I also heard that those were custom blocks. So they are not even included in the update. Which is a little bit, you know... like, you know what? You know. I'm just saying. Like, if you're gonna use those to, like, show off the new car, then I feel like you could include them in the game as well, right? Can't stop watching this. I feel like you're not alone. I also can't stop watching this. It's a pretty intense competition. Small neo slide there. A special kind of drift that you can do at below 200 speed. Hazard, no issue here, and still going for the high jump line. It seems to work. I mean, suppose it's up to the player what they want to use, but there's probably a reason why most players have switched to the low jump strategy. Hello Twist. Some floor 12s. Landing on the left, and then we hope it doesn't turtle. Looks good, and it will land. Does keyboard have any advantage over controller? Competitively, no. Might be more comfortable to do certain things, like, I don't know, Neo slides or turtling. But like, you can do them. Oh, you would say that, Twist? I understood that the advantage is gone. Like, there used to be an advantage for keyboard on ice, but... Or is it really about only rapid triggers? Is that the only thing? When they say no slide, is this just turning on limits without sliding, or also a special mechanic? So, yeah, basically, usually it refers to... If it's a bad thing that happens, then usually it refers to you tried to do a drift and the car didn't drift because either you didn't turn for long enough, which is half a second as you start setting up a drift, or you didn't have enough speed. Or you exited from some, like, you lost a little bit of grip and you had a no slide and then you couldn't drift either. That's usually like the bad version of a no slide. But then people also use no slide in the sense, like, for example, here on dirt, you can do a no slide by avoiding drifting, and it can, in many cases, be faster than drifting. So it kind of depends on the circumstance. But it refers to not drifting when drifting would be an option, basically. Yeah, that's fair, Twist, I guess. Like, I suppose the brake taps can be a little bit better, but I suppose that, you know, there are still controller top players on ice. You could use the D-pad as well. Oh, Hazard. Oh, that's gonna miss. Is it gonna land on the dirt below? It will. Fortunate mistake. Fortunate mistake. And now just needs to recover here correctly. Oh, actually, going for the instant turn. Hazard failed this recovery earlier by going all the way back to the plastic, so now trying, it seems, just the turnaround. Which will work. It's a little bit less speed, but it's gonna be enough. So just jumping through will land. Good choice. So then we go back. The pool jump, surprisingly difficult. Mikai's controller, pretty sure. No? But yeah, I think both... Medicine doesn't really play anymore. Was Mika not controller? I thought so. Don't know about medicine. Okay. Faster line here should be more than enough. Going through, and now the jump will work. We go into the spin. Keyboard with a very weird setup. Okay, interesting. Alright. Getting to second gear before the ice slide. Spin. We were talking about this earlier as the first spin we've seen in a couple hours, but you might still remember. So Hazard not doing the acceleration release during the spin to make it a little bit more secure. It does eat the speed a little bit, but it's still enough. So players are going for the more consistent setup. And, you know, sometimes maybe it can be that it's a little bit slower, but, you know, usually it will still be good enough to make it through the gap. Landing in. Left side lineup. Is this gonna stay on the ice? It will, just barely. And then turn around. Oh, it's too far. This will be really difficult to recover from. Oh, and Hazard will fall down. Back into the duck pool, it seems. Luckily not bouncing from the plastic. That was super close to this edge, and this is plastic. So you hit this, And you fly somewhere over here. Reading the contributors. Mappers here. Mavericks floor, number 10. A very impressive floor, honestly. Really cool visuals. Insane segue, I know. I feel like someone asked about the mappers at some point, so I figured I would. Oh well. Yeah, not really the most productive day for anyone. There's some personal bests, don't get me wrong. Yami, for example, has had some floor 8 attempts trying to improve. Matt got a floor 9 PB. So there's like PBs. There's some progress, but not really in terms of like the top guys right now. But there's time. It's only midnight in my country and not midnight in many of their countries. Hazard failing the plastic half loop thing. Well, it's more than half, whatever. Failing it anyway. Going for the recovery. At the very least there is one, but it's pretty rough. Floor 7 in terms of recoveries is pretty unforgiving. You have not had a productive day at work either? Out. Maybe it's just one of those days. Back we go. On this jump a few times today. Is there a way to get a notification if someone reaches floor 11 or higher? There's like a near world record channel on the deep to Discord. But it only shows like when people are like within 100 meters of the record or something. I don't know exactly how it works. Yeah, there was a 15k AUD donation to the Mapper fundraiser. Singe always Dragon. Years. It was an anonymous donation, so not sure who it would have been, but it's pretty huge. It's like 10k USD or so. Hazard might land this one. Yeah, it's gonna go through. Popular French guy? Which one? What, Zerator or something? I mean, it could be just about anyone, you know? Who knows? Who knows? But it's really good. The mappers deserve it. Hazard and Ixon both going for the ice slide setup still. It looks very shaky. Ixon barely makes it through. It works. No, we don't... we don't know who it was. We don't know who it was. Also, it's AUD because the crowdfunding thing is AUD. The fundraiser is in AUD. It doesn't mean that it was an Australian. Guys, focus. How can I donate to that? Exclamation point DD2 support gives you the link. There we go. Hazard through to the floor. Ixon tries as well. There we are. Both onto the upside down driving. Let's see how it goes this time. Why do they do this ice slide? For the reason that the setup seems to sometimes be a little bit easier. So the idea is that you go and ice slide next to the plastic, and then that sort of gets you... Oh, too far. Rough balls from these players, and that's a dead turtle as well. Ixon, same spot. So the reason, yeah, the idea is that you ice slide through it, and you don't touch the walls after you initiate the ice slide, and you go cleanly through, fully sideways, so that you don't turn towards the direction of the turbo, so you don't get the boost from the turbo and can't push you further. Ixon makes it nicely done. So, oh, going for the shortcut too. There's another strategy as well, which is that you take initial speed, like normally, and then you turn the car sideways, and then you just let it slide sideways over the turbos. Some players are doing that, but yeah, still many players doing this ice slide strategy, and it looks pretty scary often, but a lot of the time it works, so... The flip here. Gets it nicely. Ixon. Very strong player. Got top 3 on the Deep Dip 1. Able to be the 3rd player to finish that map. Right now, still I think looking to get through... I think 1071, I think is floor 10 actually. Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, floor 10. So maybe like the ice slide? The ice slide on floor 10? Getting the blessing here. Elcon is literally playing right now on the server. I don't know anything about mapping. Do we know how long it took for each mapper to make their floors? No. Because we haven't asked. Also, I don't know how much Ixon streams, but definitely worth checking out. Might be streaming right now, for all I know. $10.71 is not past the 360. That's 1140. 1140 is the pipes. It's somewhere before. First half of floor 10. Final part. Good turtle sections. We go through. Jumping in. There we are. How much was your floor, Viro? How long? Has there been this much hype around another Trackmania event before? I mean, the Ascension stuff and the Zerator Cups and everything, those are pretty huge. Hard to quantify, but like, Zerator has pulled like, I don't know, 150, 200k viewers at the same time on some event. How's your progress on core map doing? We are doing. It's progressing. The scenery is progressing. Still so much left though. But it's getting there. Air brake timing works great. Built the route with the ideas over like a weekend or two during conscription. Ended up having to make lots of edits after. If I had to guess, it's like 20 to 30 hours total. Yeah, fair. Well, 20 to 30 hours total, honestly, it's a pretty solid amount considering that it's not a lot of decoration, right? There we are. So Ixon has to have cleared this floor before, because it doesn't go that high. The 1040, that's most of this, unless there's some like mega quarterpipe jump that Ixon did for some reason. I don't really know, but it's gonna be the low jump lane too, so probably not. Might be enough speed, barely. 226 is enough, but not this time, not with the setup there. Plastic punch, hopefully into the pool, and Ixon can continue from the previous floor. Don't think there's a way to do any floor 9 recovery. I think you just go and get to floor 8 from here, the final part. So you can go over here. There's probably multiple ways to do that. Also trying to get those runs going as well. Haven't seen any floor 14 attempts on this session, no. Is the mapper fundraising going to be split equally? I think yes. Hope it gets finished one day. Me too. Thank you. No, it will get finished. It's just the expectations are high and our standards are high. We'll see. Hazard still doing pretty good work with these earlier floors here. Kind of funny calling floor 4 an earlier floor, but that's kind of what it is. Elcon past these sections to Ixon now. Back to floor 9. We can check into that for a little bit as well. Turbo landing a little bit on the left side. Looks great. Stops the car. nicely. Who organizes this event? There's about 20 people. Oh, Ixon went too far back. Oh, it's possible to recover. Good. There's about 20 people involved in the whole thing. Sparkling W is the main guy, though. From all your experience viewing different players, who drives the map most confidently? It has to be Bren, right? Bren doesn't really drive during my streaming hours, but Bren like has shown the most consistency. Did you try the desert car? Nope. Not yet. Who's second? Depends on the day, really. Overall, probably Hazard, but Lars has had some really excellent days as well. It really kind of depends. On a good day, Lars is on fire. It's just very, very consistent. But on bad days, might be struggling getting through like floor 7. But yeah, Bren is very consistent, but at this point, it doesn't seem like that consistency has brought like significant benefit, because Lars and Hazard are very close. Hazard tied, Lars one trick behind, so we'll see. And you know, at the end of the day, when you have figured out the entire map, you only need to get that one run through, right? That's just because of all the pioneering Bren has done on the last few floors. Maybe, but at the same time, there have been others too, you know? Hazard has been discovering quite a bit on like floor 13, for example. But yeah, it's true that Bren did figure out a lot on his own. But it's true, it's a valid thing. Ixon, I guess, you know, checking that the line is correct. There's kind of two ways to do this with the slow jump line. One is the large way, where you still jump to the wall over here. So still take like a high line. But you get a very clean landing that way. You go through, jump, up. The large line. The danger is that if you do that left high sort of turn too early or too late, then you might end up either lacking the distance here, which makes you fall down, or you might turn into the quarter pipe, so you're going left from here, which makes it so that you jump like here. A bit exaggerated, but you know, even like clipping the wall slightly into this point, it's gonna be bad. So what Elcon and many others are doing with this low jump line is just kind of falling down from here. Just going low on the quarter pipe and going straight, dropping down, and they get maybe a little bit less speed, but like ultimately it still works. So it doesn't seem to really be a problem. And Ixon, I think, is also going for the like lower line. So jumping like this, that's not gonna be enough, but this is recoverable. So you can retry this just by jumping to the left on the ramps. We try again. A little bit of a shaky line. I don't think that's worth committing to either. About 225 speed can be enough. Usually I think we see players wait for about 230 speed. Thank you, Bluebarian, for the prime. End marks the end of floor 16, and then end to fin is the final jump. Basically, it is the sparkling ending from end to finish, and then it's jumper's floor from 16 to end. That's a bit slow as well. Yeah, Ixon knows it as well. Not quite getting like a clean entry to that first quarter pipe. Matt fairly close to. No improvements from Bren today. Oh wait, hold on. How did this happen? What? How's this? Oh god. Usually this is such a safe jump, but I think what must have happened. We saw it? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was already looking at Matt on the side there. Yeah, I guess it just happened. This is usually so safe, but I think just a too early line. Quarter pipe jump up here, and the car turns a little bit upside down. So unfortunate. Yeah, I think, you know, I just expected it to work. I was looking at Matt on the side of the screen and I completely missed it. Oh, unfortunate. But happens sometimes. Yeah, Bren, no improvements though. Lars, one section behind. What is with Cam 7? Doesn't work at all. Lars, one section behind both Hazard and Bren. So Hazard and Bren are on this section. Going here, jumping here, it seems. Lars is trying to do this quarter pipe jump up here. So I guess technically two sections, because also you need to then do this bounce up on the platform, but yeah. So Matt is going for the high jump line, which is interesting. You can kind of tell like what VODs players are watching based on what line they're taking here. Matt is watching Hazard's VODs. Because Hazard is the only one going for this lane. Or some very old VODs, I suppose. Yeah, so this is a possibility. You can just jump high, land. This should be pretty good speed. 225, barely maybe enough, but the line is not quite right. This will still land, so Matt will be able to do the recovery. Actually knows both? Oh yeah? Okay. Fair enough. But I suppose finding the hazard line more appealing.
Discombobulation, discombobrick, big bob, discombrickbobulation.
Alright. Strats shared. Matt goes again. This line works. Sometimes it looks a little bit shakier though. Like, there's probably a reason why Elcon and Bren ultimately didn't commit to this line. Why they switched away from it. This being one of the reasons. So, I think, like, what happened is that when Hazard went to play the mini RPG LAN, that's when Elcon found out the low jump line on this floor. That was after about a week or so playing. So Hazard was playing the LAN, didn't quite like catch on with the new strat. Then came back, tried it a couple times and figured like, okay, it's not really working that well for me, and decided to continue with the high jump line. But I feel like everyone else pretty much switched. We go again. The good news about this part is that you can retry it as much as you want, as long as you don't commit and fail it. That way, Matt commits. Is the line good? It is good. 228 speed, that is going to be enough. A good line as well, and you go up on the road. That's a personal best, yes. But then, landing the tunnel and doing the plastic bounce, all of this quarterpipe jump up here, and then the final ramps, and you are in floor 10. Probably gonna watch some VODs now, I would imagine, checking in the threads, as Elcon is just also getting a run going again. Floor 9. Oh, lands pretty far. Oh no. Into the snake we go. Elcon already knows this. Misses the landing. Oh. Rough times. Floor 6. Turtles. Well, the good night comes out from Elcon, understandably. Can't blame him. Got a couple floor 12 runs going, but not much more. Progress definitely slowing down by everybody right now. We'll see. Some days are really good. Like, you know, floor 14, the first 2/3 were cleared fairly quickly. And pretty much everyone did those within like 2 days, right? Lars, Bren, Hazard. But still the final few tricks remaining. And floor 15 looks pretty hard. Matt through the tunnel. Floor 15 built by this guy, by the way. Who is not on the leaderboard because of mapping and playtesting. Just playing the map, I suppose. Matt into the plastic bounce. Air brake. Getting a straight landing, that should be very good. And now the lineup. Lands it. Very nice one shot. Very good. So Matt now pretty close to getting to floor 10. Just needs to figure out the lines over the ramps. Jumping up. And that's it. Then you can get some ice gameplay. But these ramps are not trivial. They're not something that you cannot fail. We've, for example, seen Granadi. Granadi's personal best still, as far as I know, is right here. Smashing into this wall and falling down. far as I know, that's where it is. Yeah, could be. The new Kage season begins on 1st of June. About a week. DD3 happens, please try to map a floor. Yeah, I'll see. Probably gonna be a while from now. Akuba's PB, I have no idea, because it's probably from playtesting. Hasn't finished the map, I suppose. Matt going in. Testing the line, making sure the strat is correct. Good landing, small release, the jump looks good, and there it is. Matt has reached floor 10. Very nicely done. Gets to discover these ice sections now. That's gonna be a pretty good placement, actually. Going to be top 12. Top 12, yeah. Should be. Any updates regarding top 5? Well, Virtual has reached floor 13. And Lars also getting to floor 14 recently, but yeah, otherwise everything else we kind of saw on yesterday's stream. Not sure how Matt's ice skills are. It's a difficult floor, especially when you first get into it, but the strats are very much figured out. So mainly we think of the ice spin here, and also the pipe jumps can be pretty tough, depending on what you're used to, but you know how long Hazard has been on the session? On this session, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, I don't know. Well, Matt's already ready to try it out. Lars may be getting a run together finally. Just taking speed and then full speeding through very steep ice uphill and a lot of speed through it. Matt through the first section. And now going back for the ice wheels uphill and then the dirt zooping. Should be in the next part. Lars has made it to floor 9 as well. Maybe finally getting a run going. Top 20 right now, that's 860 is on the beam landing, so right now top 15 I think have cleared floor 8. .860 generally is the quarter pipe tier. So that's probably what we talk about. Was Matt's Twitch again? I don't know, this could be on cooldown, but I don't know. Working. Great. Matt also streaming, of course. Ixon, I don't know, this car... Why does this not work? Okay, well, we'll watch Matt right now. Getting that run going. It could be that the car is still moving backwards and it's recoverable, but yeah, we'll check in a moment. Okay, line looks great. Speed is good. Matt is through. Very nice first try. Now into the ice slide. Probably checking in on the tricks again. Well, the car is kind of moving backwards, but it's moving against the ramp, so I don't really know. It would land probably in the grass here and then roll down to the pool, so I guess it's worth waiting for. Lars also, by the way, falling down slightly from floor 9, it seems. Matt. Oh, starting the ice slide. It is early enough and makes it through. Very good. Seems to know how these tricks work. Can't we donate Matt a new skin? Have to ask him, I think. Where should I go if I'm traveling to Finland? Helsinki is a one-day thing. Not even that. Helsinki is like half a day, honestly, if you're efficient. A lot of people go to Helsinki and then on the same trip they go to Tallinn. Matt, pretty high on this one. The line not quite there. Needs to do some kind of recovery here. So there is the... Oh, okay, sliding up. If Matt controls this nicely, yeah, it should be fine. We'll stay on the plastic, and you can start from here and do this. So Matt will be able to go through. Oh, very much close to the edge there. Very close to this edge as well, but makes the landing to the pool. Snow part next. Looking pretty solid so far. So, on the plastic, over the snow, over the ice, the car will be able to climb this ice pretty nicely, even if you get some slowdowns. So as long as you kind of keep it steadily going up, or at least not falling down, you will be fine. Onto the dirt, zooping through, over the snow, sliding here. So you take the dirt, go over to the ice, then you turn to the right, the car gets a small sideways boost, and you turn into an ice slide, which also works on snow, though it's very weak. And you try to get to this point. That's gonna be the next rest position, basically. Lars, at the very least, getting the plastic loop. Seems like Matt is now ready to try. Up we go, reaches the ice, and now, oh, a little bit into the hole, and now we have this downwards motion. That might be difficult to save. Oh, the car still climbing. goes nicely around and gets onto the dirt. Good save. Oh, but goes too far. Oh, careful. You need to be very careful on this. You can't really rest on this position. You need to just keep driving all the time. Very steep, very weird sort of angle. So this is only the half point of the section. Over onto the beam, and then going in to the right. Oh, hits the bush. Oh, needs to reverse the ice slide. It's not enough time. Floor 7 at best. Oh no, it's gonna miss the pool as well. Great personal best from Matt though, reaching floor 10 for the first time.
Discombobulation. Discombobulation. Big bub. Discombobulation. Discombobulation. Discombob.
It is progress. Getting pretty nicely into floor 10. Halfway through now, or 1/3. Lars on the beam landing, I think failed this not too long ago. It's a difficult jump. Fails it again. It's, I guess, one of those days. Lars might be able to save it here. Oh, lands the wrong way. Not much to save over here. Even if the car moves backwards, it's not worth the wait, I think. Tough times. Lars leaving the server as well. Not really getting those runs going tonight, it seems, but I think one part of this is the pressure also increasing, because when you had the world record on like floor 10, I don't think anyone was thinking about finishing the map yet. But now we're almost on floor 15, and you start seeing, you know, the world record tag here. Essentially tied by 3 people. You start seeing like, wait, hold on, there's not a lot of distance from the world record to this top part. So it might be also the pressure getting into you that, okay, I actually need to make progress now. And yeah, this seems to be kind of the theme of today. Well, maybe Hazard can save this against the lamp. Oh, well, tries. Well, it's floor 1, you know, but it kind of, you know, still, it's kind of like this. And it's kind of crazy that, you know, we say that it's a bad day when people reach floor 12, right? Like, Elcon has had some pretty great runs today, overall, but they're just not there in the personal best range. But, map is hard, the grind is exhausting, and I think overall. This weekend might show that, but we'll see. Elcon was playing on the server earlier today, but now is probably sleeping. We don't know Elcon's personal best exactly, but what we do know is that on floor 13 there's this shortcut position, and this is very high. If you look from here, you notice that this is the final pool, and floor 14 begins here, right? So this is for a long time until you reach the pool or until you reach this jump here, quarter pipe jump. This is the highest position you'll reach. And Elcon has reached this height, which is 1487 meters. So we know that Elcon has been here, but then like everything for a very long time, maybe until this wall ride potentially, I don't really know. Even this one, not necessarily higher, depends how you take it, I guess. So we know that Elcon has been here, but after that, not sure. This time, luck on the player's side at least. I think people kind of stop taking seriously on these lower floors and then make silly mistakes all the time. It's possible. It's possible, but also it's not just like you're not really taking them less seriously as much as you're taking the higher floors more seriously, and it's not sustainable to like hyper focus on every single action you do when these runs on the higher sections take like 40 minutes if you're speedrunning, right? That's kind of the issue right now, that a full run with all these hundreds of tricks you need to do requires so much focus that you can't be on like absolute full focus throughout the entire run. It's not sustainable. You will burn out so quickly. You can maybe do like two sort of hours, that kind of full focus gameplay a day, but then like, yeah, those early mistakes will happen. You just will not have the energy anymore. Have been streaming like every day since May 3? Yeah. Floor 3 I think still is pretty important to reach though, Hazard. Getting back here, and this one, not only is it an easier floor than floor 2, I feel like the mappers knew that as well. The idea seemed to be that floor 2 was kind of like something else than ice, because this essentially, with the wet icy wheel physics, this is essentially an ice floor, more or less. So I guess they wanted to avoid this kind of a combination when you go from floor 1, which is a lot of ice, into floor 2, which would be a lot of ice. So they switched floor 2 and 3, so now we have the Lentilion floor on floor 2, which is a little bit different, you know, the big jumps and everything. And then we have floor 3, which is the ice gameplay, so it's a little bit, you know, more balanced this way, I suppose. So floor 3 definitely going to be a little bit easier, I think, for almost every player. Bren didn't manage to PB on the previous session. That's most of what I know. They talk about muscle memory. It's like driving a real car. You think about where to go, not how to press the pedals. That's fair, though, you know. Usually you don't need to account for, like, tiny variables when driving a real car, so, you know, it's really just that you need to pay attention to so many different things. Not only your inputs, but, like, your car will always be a little bit in a different position than last time, and then you would need to account for that, and sometimes you just don't. And, you know, that's why people crash in competitive games, right? Because they go slightly off the usual route, and then they are unable to account for it in their next inputs. And those things happen because the game is not possible to play on like a, you know, robot level consistently, right? You might do like one insane water guard where you do everything absolutely the way that you planned to do them, but like it's not sustainable to do on a map like this at all. You will slightly be off a little bit, then you're not, you know, on full focus because you're playing this like 8 hours a day. And then you make a mistake, and then that mistake ends up being unfortunate, you're unable to recover, you fall down. Just happens. This one will be recoverable. That happens in IRL too. Yeah, usually you don't fall down a kilometer, though. Let's see. 4 or 5. I probably haven't reveled, but that's why I said usually, you know? Having the mental to not get discouraged after a few unlucky falls helps the most though? Yeah, for sure. Like, all of these players already have a strong mental, and I don't think they're going to break at this point. Because I don't think you can play for 3 weeks straight almost every single day and get these huge falls and, you know, all these sections requiring so much attempts to actually figure out. I don't think you can even get to like floor 14 like this if you don't have the mental to go through this entire grind. So I don't expect any of these players to have trouble like where they think of giving up at this point. I feel like they already have, like, the mental to do this entire thing. Probably play every single day until the end. Everyone in, like, top 5 at least, and probably in, like, top 10 too. Have you heard rumors of authors nerfing floor 16 recently? I have not. It was nerfed at some point though during playtesting. No, yeah, it's most likely Z fighting on this map. There's a lot of flickering. I imagine all floors were nerfed at some point, you think? No one built like a too easy floor? I mean, I would believe that, honestly. It took 66 hours to nerf the floor, yeah, true. Yeah, so just a heads up again. I don't think I've even mentioned it today. Floor 16 did not take 66 hours to validate. It's not true. Just the daily mention. Hazard for sure knows about the easy setup, but feels comfortable enough with this fast setup. How many hours though? I think one thing that we heard was that Techie, one of the playtesters, not the mapper of the floor, spent 1 hour finishing it, which is already a lot of time, and we should be worried about that 1 hour as well. Techie is a very good player. But I think it was nerfed after that, if I remember correctly. Even if a floor takes like 30 minutes to clear by a high skill playtester, you should be scared of that number. 60 minutes on a floor where you need to do 16 floors before you even get there, you need to be scared of that. That's a brutal time. You have some advanced lore that I don't even have. I think Techie has mentioned this on stream. And I think Jumper confirmed this at some point also. Thank you, Sony, for the 100 bits. 66. Good meme. When Bob Parker 66 joins the grind, it's over. Yeah, we'll see what it's actually about. Right now, we're still quite far away. Floor 15 hasn't been reached yet. 2 tricks remain, and we don't know exactly how to do those tricks. There's one person in the chat that knows, but that person will not tell us. So, we will wait for the players to figure it out. No, I don't. Well, Plaxity might know as well, I guess. Who knows? Why do you think there are so few sausage blocks? I don't know. Oh, Hazard. That's a unfortunate mistake. Not able to break in time. I guess noticed too late that the line wasn't right. I'm trying to recover. Trying to do the bug slide save here, I guess. Oh, actually just lands. Okay. I mean, that works. Solid. Oh, not the red turbo. Close. That was close. Yeah, I don't really know if there's a specific reason why there wouldn't be more sausage blocks, which, if someone doesn't know... Where's the nearest sausage block? There's probably one on floor 4. Yeah. These are sausage blocks. These kinds of like bump blocks where you have like the middle of the road is higher. I don't think there's any specific reason for that. I feel like it's just, you know, depending on the mappers, what they want to use. I suppose... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess the mappers just didn't build much with it this time. I could definitely see some stuff being built with it. You could probably be very creative about those kind of jumps as well, but yeah, just, I guess didn't happen. Back we go, floor 6 climb. Ixon is dead turtled. I don't know if the car will... Yeah, just here. Don't know if the car will move anywhere. Seems to be pretty much stuck. That's the end of that run. Mappers loves plastic. Yeah, the reason for that actually, the reason why mappers use so much plastic, like, you know, these kinds of blocks, and for example the entire floor 3, like, why isn't this just ice? Why are we using plastic with wet icy wheels to kind of like simulate ice? Why are we not just using ice? And there's a pretty good reason for that actually. That is that these are not blocks. These are items. And these items only exist in plastic. These kinds of like small items. So ice blocks are always going to be these huge blocks in comparison at least. So you can build these like narrow roads with plastic that you can't build with ice unless you use custom blocks. But here's another problem. custom blocks take up file size. When you add a new custom block, that's going to increase the file size of the map. And currently, for maps to work within servers, they need to be below 7 megabytes in file size. So if you use like on your floor, if everyone used like 10 custom items, that could add up to like, even if they're like pretty small custom items, it could be, let's say, 700 kilobytes. So if everyone used 10 custom items, different custom items, that would already be like, you know, more than 10 megabytes at the end, right? So that's not gonna work on servers anymore. You can use the same custom item multiple times, and I do think there are some customs on this map as well. So if you use the same custom item, it's only going to add to the file size once, which means, you know, you can use it like a billion times and it will only add to the file size one time. But that's that, you know? So you can't really add too many custom stuff, too many custom items or blocks into the map because the file size will go up really quickly. That's probably like a pretty big reason behind why people are using these plastic things. This is actually kind of creative how you built this, because this is, again, a different kind of a plastic thing, and this you can actually do with multiple surfaces as well. So, you know, you might ask like, okay, well, how is the ice tunnel built? That's more narrow. Or this dirt thing, you know, how is this built? How is this built? This ice narrow thing, like that's not a full block. So this is actually a wall ride block, the same kind of block as you use on this wall. So this block, the same as this block, but it's just turned like against the ground. So it's still a vanilla block, default block in the game, but turned around. So you can then use like vanilla blocks to do these kinds of paths. But those kinds of small squares you can't do with any other material. That requires the plastic items. I only know the file type of the map files, which is GBX. Comes from the game engine, which is called Gamebooks. I don't know more about it though. What's an example of a custom block on this map? Okay, mappers, help me out. I will search for them for like an hour. Viro. End of floor 15. Thank you, Jumper. Oh yeah, the what seems to be the worst part of the map. This thing. This is a custom block. Great, yeah. This is indeed a custom. Oh no. That's custom, yes. Because you can only build this kind of a sleep paralysis demon with custom stuff. I guess that's by Kubas. What is the purpose of this? To XCD at players, I guess. But yeah, very few custom blocks. I'm curious, do you know, Jumper or Viro or Teki, I guess, hello? Do you know what the file size of the map is? Probably pretty big still because of the light map. Which essentially means the calculated shadows. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing these sessions until 3 people have finished. 5.58. It's not too bad. Hazard makes the beam. Important. Ixon's run is dead turtled. Techi's floor looks vanilla, yeah. Yeah, it is. I can break it down. Actually, Techi's cat here. There it is. So the hair here is a bush. It has like the branches in here. That's one of the fall style bushes. And then you have one light beam. So we see this, for example, on probably here. Yeah. So this light, the 90-degree lights, that's the same as the arms. Just one of those. And then you have these extra lights as the eyes. And then you have another like ball light, which is the same as like these lights, as the head, I guess. I don't really know this cat anatomy, but I'm guessing, you know. And then you have this block, which is kind of like I don't really know if we have a good example of that, but it's I'm not gonna be able to find it. But it's something that you can connect to like these blocks. It's meant to go on like top of this, connects to that. Well, Techie said that it's a cat, so we're going with that. Oh, is it not a cat after all? It's Bob. It's Bob Parker. Oh shit. Hazard is the turtle. Don't expect much trouble with this one. And the flip. There it is. What can you tell us about the process of building the map? How are all the floors put together after they're submitted? Do you know how much time it took for the mappers to build the individual floors? I don't know specifically about the maps. Oh, this is a little bit off, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, turtled here. Well, Hazard will be able to flip this, and does Hazard know that you can go through here? Probably knows, right? Yeah. That works. No problem. There's the slower way over here. I don't know if Hazard has ever done this jump though, but it's just, I guess, taking speed. And jumping forward. There it is. No problem. Same place. Yeah, so I don't know, you'll need to ask the mappers how long it took, because it can be, like, you know, I've built some maps that take maybe less than 10 hours to build, and then I have some sort of high effort maps that took like closer to 100 hours to build, and then I have some group projects that take like, you know, 1,000+ hours to build. It really depends. Like, that's my personal investment in my latest endurance map, which is still being worked on. That will be more than 1,000 hours when it's done. So it really depends, and, you know, sometimes you get kind of lucky with the block combinations you come up with, and, you know, sometimes you need to redo everything because you're not happy with anything you're building. It really depends. But how the floors are combined is there's been a template that the mappers follow that has a defined start position and defined end position. So you're just going to, like, build those, and then you stack the tower by making a macro block out of each one of the floors, which essentially is a selection of blocks. So you can save an entire map as a macro block, and then you can put it onto another map base with all the other macro blocks. Basically. What most likely was the way of doing this. A bit of a slow line here, but we'll end still. How long does it take to bring a macro block that size? It's pretty fast. Like, if you're trying to build like a hyper size macro block, then the game might crash, but I don't think there's any issue with like macro blocking one floor individually. Be fine. Did you ever release that obnoxious map? Yeah, probably, if you mean Agony Isles. Well, Hazard, consistent as ever. Getting a run going. The game would never crash in the editor. Sure. Line over to the right. Just hoping to not land upside down and it works out fine. Is the reason it's all stadium car. Using the other cars would probably not be enjoyed by many players, and also it would require the other car gates to reset, so they didn't, I guess, want anything that would require, like, if you fail something, you don't want to have any, like, condition, like, engine off or no steer or whatever, that you need to reset in some other way. Can actually select the whole tower as a macro block? Oh yeah? It's probably like, yeah. I believe you. I feel like the macro block issues have been mostly fixed. What exactly happens with the game physics above 2000 height? Like 2000 meters? Nothing. Just that it's kind of weird and hacky to make a map base higher than that. Hazard jumping through. Now the slide looks good. Now getting rid of the icy wheels on this next plastic part. Do editors consider Trackmania mapping software to be good, or is it all duct tape and swear words? Depends on which part. There are some parts of it that are definitely swear words, but a lot of it is very nice. Some of the less used features, like Media Tracker, which is basically the movie editor, if you try to work with something like 3D triangles, that's just pain and suffering. What can you disclose about your new Enders map? Exclamation point core. Gives you the full run that we have done on the route. The route is completely done. We're just working on the scenery, the storyline, voice acting, soundtrack, and everything else. It's admirable that you are competent in almost any issue regarding this game. Thank you. I have some gaps in my knowledge for sure. Especially when it comes to like Blender stuff and things like this. Hazard. Oh, is this gonna flip? Wow, okay. Well, Hazard's luck might have turned a little bit. That is something. And landing in. There we go. We keep going, I guess. How do you make scenery? So scenery essentially just means decoration of the maps, basically. Basically means you can either build it within the editor, you can make custom blocks with the mesh modeler that's also in the game, or you can make Blender scenery. For the Endurance map, there's a guy called Big Thirsty who's working on Blender landscapes, and then a lot will be done with like a mix of all three, really. Spin time looks like a good line, and it will land. Very nice. Closer and closer to floor 10 now. Floor 11, I mean. I've seen animated meshes. Have you done any work with that pipeline? No. You can make custom moving blocks, which is probably what you mean. But I haven't looked into it too much. There's a guy called Zerchorv who also made this dips++ plugin that the players are using. And Zerchorv has been able to work with some others to make custom moving blocks possible. And it's very impressive. The vanilla moving block selection is pretty limited, and you cannot make custom moving blocks with the in-game tools. Yeah, Zerchorv is the plugin goat, especially when it comes to mappers. Turn around. And landing onto the plastic. Landing is good. And we go to floor 11. Should be plenty of speed. Hazard never really doing the wiggles there until it seems like the speed is really lacking. The moving blocks on Whiskey's floor are the vanilla moving blocks, so those are included in the game. Clearing these jumps, no issue. Our plugins made. So they work within a plugin manager called OpenPlanet. I don't know what language they're using. I know that there's some like scripts specific to OpenPlanet that can be used. Hazard, landing in. And the landing here should be good enough as well. Will we make a prize pool, crowdfund maybe for core, and some cup or hunting? We're thinking about possibilities, but in Finland I can't legally set up a crowdfunding thing. Because Finland. So, you know, we would need some more complex... Like, it's possible legally, but it's a lot of work. You need to take all kinds of permits and everything. It's like a money laundering prevention thing. Basically, it's very tedious and difficult. Anyway, Hazard, going through. And then the left wheel clip gets it perfectly. Really nice. Yeah, using something like Kickstarter would be extremely difficult, yes. Into the wall, into the plastic, looks good. Oh, loses speed, but still makes the pool. Oh, as consistent as this jump has become now, I feel like the actual line is still shaky and a little bit luck dependent. It's very difficult to get it, like, to the specific spot into the pool. Well, we continue though. Back wheel landing here to make sure the car lands properly. And then the hazard spin. We've seen so many times before. Doing again a strategy here. Doing a spin just to make sure the car doesn't land upside down, and yeah, it's perfect. Landing in. That's a little bit late. Is it gonna reach? Will reach. We keep going. On this next part, again, doesn't want to get too much speed on the build-up, because you risk getting the third gear, and if you get it at the worst possible point, you will also drop it, get a slowdown, everything is bad, so you keep more speed by not getting that gear shift. 159 speed, perfect, and Hazard no issue making the jump. 160 is the gear 3 speed. You can go, like, seemingly a little bit higher during the airtime especially, but yeah. During the ring build-up, you don't want to get more than 160. Final jump, no problem, floor 12. Thank you, Captain Dr. Martin, for the prime. This one, pretty established. White line, land to the ramp, this should be more than enough speed. 190 should be enough, that was about 195. Landing on this line, next to the Trackmania sign. Going through. And then lining up against the moving block on the ceiling works nicely. What is the talk about action script? Do you mean angel script? Maybe? Hazard. Clean. No airtime line, but crashes the side. Is this gonna land on the ramp? Barely not. Maybe the pool. Oh, it's slightly off of everything. Floor 8. At best. Well, it will eventually land. Not quite on point with the jump angle. The speed was definitely good. That should have worked. But yeah, jumping a little bit too much here. Had to go a little bit more to the left. Rough line. But well, the run will continue, ultimately. Angel script is an open planet, like, thing. I don't know how you use it or what it's exactly for. Open Planet has a Discord server as well. They probably have, like, you know, pretty good explanations of these already. I haven't tried this map yet. I'll try it after the event. I don't know if it's used outside of Open Planet. Okay, some other people know, apparently. There we go. Yeah, we'll see that. I'm predicting that I will have trouble with floor 1. Jumping through. Oh, Matt also on this turtling part. But falls down, of course. Well, rough day. Rough day indeed. Deep Dip 1 came 1.5 years ago, I think. Hazard very patient with this turtle, knows how to take it slower, knows that he will not lose the control. Doing really nicely. No. Back towards floor 9. Go again. Landing looks good. Clean lines. Not the first time we've been on this floor today. I feel like every day these floor 7, 8, 9 runs, these are the most common ones. And then when you get past floor 10, then, you know, the recoveries just become so much harder. So difficult to get these runs past those floors without falling back to floor 8 or 9. Well, here we go. Line is good. Air brake is on point. Landing looks nice as well. And we keep going. Air brakes, stabilizing the car, and up we go. No issues. Hazard really the one player on the server right now who could get those floor 14 runs going. It's been a pretty quiet day. People might be saving energy a little bit. Weekend is coming and, you know, maybe some longer sessions are starting to happen as well. Is there some streamer code of conduct that nobody shows the top floors before players reach them? You can free cam through them, which means, you know, taking the camera that we use all the time here. Fast enough here for Hazard. Nice line as well. So you can go like this and you can check whatever you want in the map. The main thing is that you can't play or watch clips or practice anything that hasn't been reached on a full run yet. That's basically it. And you still can't, like, you know, practice things in the editor, for example, or, you know, rebuild parts of the map and stuff like this. You can absolutely, like, scout with the free camera, anything you want. It's encouraged as well. Landing in. A little bit of an unclean landing. Is it enough? The cars are floating a little bit in spectator right now, so hard to tell what the exact speed is. But it works out. We're back to Maverick's floor. Nice gold. Here again. I haven't checked floor 16 yet, or the ending. I have checked through floor 15 though, because we're very close to it. And floor 15 scares me. Here we go. Floor 10, first parts cleared. We keep going. Would it be possible to do a map where only the current section, maybe the next section was visible? It would be... okay, it's too late for me to think about some weird hacky ways to do it, so I'm just gonna say that it would be extremely difficult. Would require a lot of creativity. Maybe a custom game mode even, which you can make those, but yeah, it would be incredibly difficult. Hazard. Snow ice slide. There we go. Works just fine. And let's see if we get through the pipes as well. Jumping through should be enough, and ice spin it is. Spinning through. Oh, lands it, doesn't turtle, fortunately. Good. Custom game modes. Yeah, I mean, you can make custom game modes. You can make them either work with OpenPlanet, like through a plugin, which is like there's a bingo game mode where you have to like beat times on 25 maps, and you, for your team, you try to get 5 in a row, or, you know, column. Then there's some game modes that work through like scripting game modes. That's just a thing you can do in the game. There's not too many of them, but there's like a couple, like the puzzle together, I think, is one of the big ones recently, where you have 2 players that have collision enabled, and you need to like solve some puzzles together by, like, you know, sometimes crashing the cars together or stuff like this. Hazard. We'll be making it through here. Is it enough speed? Is tag game a custom game mode? I haven't heard of one, but I guess it could be. Would probably be possible. Flag Rush is one. Trackmania Formal League is one. Landing in. Going through. Looks to be fast enough. And we keep going on floor 11 again. Takes the speed next to the light. Not really happy with that one though. Landing, and there we go. Tag team mode, where 2 players have to alternate clearing checkpoints. Do you mean chase? Usually it's a 3 versus 3 game mode. Oh yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's very unique and very sort of reactive. You need to kind of think about what your team is doing. It's great. Well, back to the big jump. Worked really nicely before, clipping that left back wheel onto the wall, flipping the car on top of the platform. Does Trackmania even have a feature that will let hide a map from client until it's unlocked? Well, I think it has to have, because of the campaign and how it works. In the official campaigns, you now need to like unlock maps by getting certain medals on the previous ones. But that's, to my understanding, that's not something that the community can do. Hazard. Landing in, and now the left side jump. Speed looks good. Doesn't hit the wheel, but not required. Into the wall, into the plastic. Looks pretty decent. That's gonna be in the pool for sure. Landing here works as well. And now for the spin. Close to where we dropped down from. Hazard does get the wheel hits pretty often, actually. Got it a little bit before, on the previous run. Getting the speed, good landing, should be no problem. Here we go then. Turn around. Avoiding getting third gear here. Speed below 160. Looks good. And we're in the pool. Should be getting floor 12 now as well. Final jump seems to be more like a formality, honestly. Not something that the players have failed. I haven't seen anyone fail that. Of course it's not easy, like if you right now start playing the game for the first time, it's still gonna be a hard jump, but in the context of everything else on this map, not a difficult section. Well, here we go. See if this one goes through this floor. Landing in. And aiming for the moving block works out. I'm pretty sure the reason is, Tato, that you just wanna not get the slowdown from the gear down. Landing in, good line, and makes the jump as well. Doesn't hit the pillar this time. Three more sections. There we go. Over the turbo, not a problem. Through the hole. Now the tricky ramp jump. Oh, it's a little bit low, but still lands. You really want to like push very hard left there, because what kind of happened? Where am I? What kind of happened is that Hazard jumped a little bit off from here, and you know, this is going to result in a lower jump than when you jump from here. So you kind of want to push that really hard to the left. Still works though. We keep going. Turbo, jump up, landing. Looks great. Floor 13. Iolites trace. The XTD floor, as it's become known as. Strats here are pretty much, you know, we have like a very clear set of strats that we're using, and we will not deviate from those right now, I would imagine. There are some other shortcut ideas. There's one shortcut that seems to be intentional, and there's probably more that we haven't quite yet figured out. But I would imagine that Hazard will rely on the route that we know is working. Been done. It's been figured out. We have the strats. Have the lines. So I would imagine Hazard here will go into the bobsleigh, yes. Not trying the new shortcut idea, which would be skipping basically everything on the floor if it worked, but it seems at best incredibly difficult, so Hazard goes for the spins, exiting to the plastic now, flying into the pool, and we continue. I'd be very surprised if Hazard did a wall ride either. It's probably not going to happen. Jump on floor 15 from the black metal road tunnel things? I'm not sure. Remind me at some point when Hazard not on a run. I can check. Into the window, and now onto the wood. Very high grip surface, extreme turn rate, so you need to be careful not to steer too much. Looks good. Air brake, landing, and here is the shortcut. Generally you would go into the window we see on the left side there. It seems to be at least the bait way, or whatever way. But there seems to be the shortcut, probably intentionally. Dropping all the way down. Continuing towards the same place as the other route would bring us to. Hazard is a keyboard player, yes. A bit too slow for the jump. That is such a rare mistake. Oh, Hazard will flip on here as well, not landing into floor 10 either. That is a first. Not hitting the pool either on floor 5. That's a floor 2 pool, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Was it some gear timing thing? Was it something else? Was it just not taking enough speed? Yeah. I don't know. Could be just getting the gear at the worst possible time and then airtime and slow down. It's weird how those even happen. Well, the outcome is the same, I suppose. Okay, so... yeah, what was the floor 15 thing? So, plastic block with an ice platform. Black metal road tunnel thing. I'm not sure. Might be 16. Oh, we haven't looked into floor 16 yet. We'll wait until players get to floor 15. But yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at 16 at all. We'll check into it later. Good night, Ear. I think it might be bedtime for us as well. It's been a cool day in terms of, you know, still seeing some pretty decent attempts at runs and also explaining things. Trying to talk about some new concepts today as well. But yeah, it might be that we also call it a day here. I want to check that clip again. Thank you, Manu. Was it just the gear timing? Yeah, it has to be. I can probably hear it. Yeah. It's the gear timing. Yeah, on the dashboard you can kind of see the speed drop as well. So generally speaking, when you get clean gear shifts, you will not lose any speed. But if you follow a gear shift by like a slowdown, I suppose that often like results in the gear not completing in time and then getting a slowdown. I'm not like 100% how these kind of like bad gears work, where it happens kind of like in an uphill or like a sudden sort of change, maybe in the suspension of the car or something. It's complicated, and it's, yeah, I don't know. I should probably look into that a little bit more. But yeah, oh well. Ixon is still going. Yep. Still climbing. Floor 7, seems like. And Hazard is going as well. Oh, Ixon, as we mentioned that. Well, alright. Alright, then. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I should look into that more. I should try to understand it a bit more. Okay. Ixon is not going. I'm sorry, dude. You'd be doing great, though. Have you been streaming as well? I'm not sure. Well, there's a couple players still going, though. I think we can go to Matt, maybe. Matt is playing, yeah. Trying to get those runs going. Has been already getting a personal best today, getting to floor 10 for the first time. So maybe there's some runs coming still from there. Okay, we'll continue there. But yeah, barely now have enough FPS to run it smooth. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's actually something that I haven't really considered too much. Like, it's a bigger map for performance as well. But still, you're doing well. You're doing well. I think some ice stuff soon, yeah? Really past the spin zone? Wait, are you actually past the spin as well? Or was it? I can't remember the heights exactly. Probably before, though, if I remember right. Oh, I try to keep up with everything. Okay, anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope you have a good night. Very much appreciate having you here, and I will keep going tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we will likely do couple jumps before 360. Okay, I'm sure you can get it soon. But yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna try to do map revisions, which there